Chapter 2690. In less than half a month, the middle-aged man really did give the skinny old man a drop of draining dragon blood. After the skinny old man verified the authenticity of the draining dragon blood, he put it away. This kind of precious thing needed to be matched with many rare spirit materials in order to maximize its value. When the time came, he would have a breakthrough eye. It would not be a problem to break through the bottleneck. I've kept my promise. It's your turn now. The middle-aged man smiled. The skinny old man nodded with a smile. Since you're willing to pay such a high price, how can I disappoint you? Then, he stretched out his arm. The middle-aged man seemed to know what the skinny old man was going to do. He grabbed the skinny old man's arm and disappeared on the spot with the skinny old man. Nanming Star was a mystery land formed by various planes. The skinny old man's senior brother was in one of the planes. Not long after, when the two of them reappeared, the scenery around them had changed into a valley filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The mountainside was shrouded in a faint white mist, and from time to time, rare birds and strange beasts would fly past. The scenery was very beautiful. Your senior brother really knows how to enjoy life. The middle-aged man laughed dryly. You know my senior brother's temper. So, from now on, you'd better keep your mouth shut. The skinny old man glanced at him indifferently. The middle-aged man was displeased. However, he kept his mouth shut when he remembered that he had a favor to ask of the skinny old man. There was a straw hut in the middle of the valley. The skinny old man cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, I'm here to see you." After a while, a figure walked out of the straw hut. When the middle-aged man saw the figure, fear flashed in his eyes and he subconsciously took half a step back. The figure was dressed in a white robe and had a long beard. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he gave off a refined aura. Apart from that, the power of the Great Way in his body was many times stronger than that of the skinny old man and the middle-aged man combined. This person was the disciple of Emperor Bai Xian, Bai Xingshua's master, and the skinny old man's senior brother. He was an extremely famous Tai genuine immortal. He was Xianyuan Zhongtian, ranked second on the Tai genuine immortal list. Little junior brother, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Why have you brought this dragon to see me today? Xianyuan Zhongtian glanced at the middle-aged man, then turned to the skinny old man and smiled. The skinny old man recounted the matter with a solemn expression. He did not exaggerate much. After that, he waited quietly for Xianyuan Zhongtian's response. That junior called Ning Beixian killed Xing Shui? Xianyuan Zhongtian was slightly startled. The skinny old man and the middle-aged man could only bitterly smile when they saw his expression. As someone else's master, he didn't even know that his own disciple had died. Wasn't this a little too incompetent? That's right, other than Xing Shui, Profound Azure Mansion's son was also killed by him. The skinny old man nodded. Oh, it doesn't matter if the son of the loser is dead. Xianyuan Zhongtian smiled. Then, he changed the topic and looked at the two of them indifferently. With a faint smile, he said, "The person that old ancestor Jiang Yu and old ancestor Jiang Hao want to kill is coincidentally my disciple. Isn't this a little too coincidental? I'm curious, a mere early golden immortal, no matter how monstrous his talent is. How could he be taken seriously by the other side's old ancestor? In this immortal world, they are already powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand, why would they bother with a junior? We naturally do not dare to guess the old ancestor's thoughts. However, Brother Zhongtian, your disciple was also killed by Ning Beixian. This should be avenged, right? Since the two old ancestors want this kid's life, why don't you call your eldest disciple back and let him go to the ancestral star? With his strength, as long as that person doesn't interfere, how could Yu Qing be his match?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Even so, the benefits are split between junior martial brother and I. What does it have to do with a little dragon like you?" Xianyuan Zhongtian said with a faint smile. Senior Marshal Brother. He gave me a drop of draining dragon blood, the skinny old man quickly said. Yes, the middle-aged man nodded with a dry smile. Hee, interesting. You even took out a drop of draining dragon blood. Looks like you are very confident in the promise of the two old ancestors. Xianyuan Zhongtian sneered. Senior Marshal Brother, I'll leave this matter to you. The skinny old man said. How about this? The nether dragons can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Sending my disciple to the ancestral star for a drop of draining dragon blood is too much of a bargain. Send that person from your clan to the ancestral star with my disciple as well. If he isn't willing, he can go back to where he came from. I think it was an unwise choice for your ancestor to escape from the Abyssal Realm. The Abyssal Realm is a good place. Xianyuan Zhongtian smiled. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. After a long silence, he finally nodded. All right. After leaving the ancestral star, Ning Qi followed the route given by Old Man Mystic's sword to the Ghost Realm. This time, he brought Niuhua along. After all, traveling was not only boring but also a waste of time. With Niuhua, he could spare some time for research, or use the celestial talisman to ask if there was any way to safely obtain the demon chi from the demon patriarch's heart. His immortal cultivation had broken through to early-stage golden immortal, but his demonic cultivation should have been stuck at full-fledged heavenly demon. If he could absorb the energy within the demon patriarch's heart, it would be much easier for him to break through the bottleneck. Little Missy, are you the reincarnation of Nviwa? Why is it that you're an artifact spirit, but this mystic treasure isn't a connate spirit treasure? Why do you have the same name as Niuhua? The little gourd with 100,000 questions was shamelessly following behind Niuhua but asking her questions repeatedly. He had asked similar questions at least a few thousand times, but Niuhua had been warned by Ning Qi that she could not reveal her origins without permission, and so automatically filtered the little gourd's questions. Can you stop following me? I still have things to do. Niuhua asked impatiently, turning her head. The little gourd laughed awkwardly. We're just hurrying on our way. You can answer me on the way. Niuhua ignored it and began analyzing the dangers of the route Ning Qi had given her, as well as how they could take a shortcut to reach their destination quickly. Ning Qi looked at the little gourd and Niuhua with a chuckle. With a slight shift of his body, he disappeared from Niuhua and arrived at the top-grade cultivation training ground. First, he took out the celestial talisman and made a few consecutive posts in the celestial forum. Buying dragon snake grass, dark sunflower, celestial crystal powder. Buying treasures that can prevent possession at a high price. Buying all kinds of pill recipes, 5th grade and above. Chapter 2691. So this is the ancestral star? It's said that this is the birthplace of immortals, but it doesn't seem like much. A being with a dragon head and a human body laughed. Because it was a dragon head, it was impossible to tell how old he was. Beside him stood a young man who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. He looked rather serious as he glanced at the being with a dragon head and a human body. Proto, didn't your nether dragon ancestor tell you that there might be emperors on this planet? Emperors? What a joke. Longqing, don't think that just because you're first on the Xian Immortal ranking, you can tease me as you please. No matter how useless I am still ranked 5th on the Xian Immortal ranking. Why don't the two of us compete? Maybe I can take first place too. Proto smiled. Looks like your ancestor really didn't tell you. Longqing glanced at Proto with a strange expression, then ignored him and flew straight towards the direction of the Xianjian sect. Proto was slightly taken aback. Longqing's expression just now did not seem like he was joking, and based on his understanding of Longqing, he rarely joked. Thinking of that, Proto's expression became somewhat solemn. Could it be that there really were emperors on this planet? Thinking about how he rarely stayed in the clan, and what he did more often was to run around outside, even going to the ghost realm. Proto's eyes flashed with understanding. Perhaps it was not that the clan did not want to tell him, but that there was no chance to tell him, not long after. Proto looked at the Xianjian sect in the distance and said to Longqing, "The guy who killed your junior brother is in there?" Longqing looked at the Xianjian sect expressionlessly and nodded. "I can feel that my third junior sister is also in the Xianjian sect." "Third junior sister? Strange, since your second junior brother was killed by Ning Beixian, why is your third junior sister still in the Xianjian sect?" Proto did not understand. Longqing said indifferently, "I want to know too." With that, he took to the skies and flew towards the mystic sword sect. Seeing that, Pluto smiled and followed. It did not matter if there was a monarch in the ancestral star, at least with their level of cultivation, the mystic sword sect could come and go as they pleased. "Who are you?" When the disciples of the Xianjian sect saw Longqing and Proto standing in the air, and this space was above the Xianjian sect, they immediately shouted. "Third junior sister," Longqing said indifferently. His voice was like a huge bell ringing in the valley, spreading in all directions and echoing. So. Figures tore through the air and arrived. The first to arrive was naturally old ancestor Qi Yao. However, he did not act rashly. From the auras of Longqing and Proto, he could tell that they were not simple. Soon after, Ingzhinshuan arrived, followed by Li Xian. Li Xian's expression did not look too good. She glanced at Ingzhinshuan and old ancestor Qi Yao. Her lips moved slightly. Ingzhinshuan looked towards Dragon City hesitantly. After a few breaths, she nodded at Li Xian. Old ancestor Qi Yao seemed to have received the message as well. He left with Ingzhinshuan. The lively disciples of the Xianjian sect were all taken away. "You must be Miss Li Xian? I've heard a lot about you. Your lineage is the most terrifying under White Emperor Immortal Lord. Master is second on the Tai True Immortal Leaderboard, the eldest disciple is first on the Xian Immortal Leaderboard, and the third disciple is first on the Heavenly Immortal Leaderboard. Only that dead by Xingxue seems. Anyway, you guys are still very powerful," Proto said to Li Xian with a smile. Li Xian nodded at him and looked at Longqing. "Eldest senior brother, are you here to avenge second senior brother?" "That's right." Longqing nodded and looked at Li Xian calmly. "Beixian has already left the ancestral star. You guys are a step too slow." Li Xian smiled. "Really?" Proto looked at Li Xian suspiciously. "From the way you address him, your relationship seems to be, we've known each other for a long time. What's wrong?" Li Xian looked at Proto indifferently. "Oh, nothing much." Proto was stunned for a moment, then laughed dryly. "I believe you. But this time, you have to leave the ancestral star with me. Don't you feel guilty staying at the place where second junior brother died?" Longqing said flatly. "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother asked for it," Li Xian said after a moment of silence. A complicated look flashed across Longqing's eyes. As the eldest senior brother, he naturally knew what kind of temperament Bai Xingxue had. However, he was the one who brought Bai Xingxue to Southming, and now that he had died on the ancestral star, regardless of the reason, he had to avenge Bai Xingxue. No matter what, he would not change his mind about vengeance. "Let's go." Longqing reached out to grab Li Xian. "Stop!" A cold voice was heard. Then, the sacred concubine and the others arrived through the air, staring coldly at Longqing and Proto. "You can leave, but you can't take Li Xian with you." The sacred concubine glanced at Longqing and Proto and said flatly. Behind her was a group of minuscule mountain and missing moon peak disciples. Proto glanced at them, a disdainful smile appearing in his eyes. "A bunch of mere human immortals dare to ask for her to stay? She must leave today." Longqing looked at the sacred concubine and said flatly. Ingzhinshuan, old ancestor Qi Yao and the others who had already left flew back again, looking at Long Qing and Proto with some fear. Even if all of you from the Mystic Sword sect come at me together, you won't even be able to withstand a single finger of mine. You'd better not care about Brother Long's family matters, or I might have to start a massacre today. Proto looked at old ancestor Qi Yao with a faint smile. Through his divine will, he could sense that the strongest existence in the entire Mystic Sword sect was old ancestor Qi Yao. A mere early-stage zenith heaven golden immortal with low aptitude was not worthy of his attention. Long Cheng's gaze swept across, and the arm that was reaching for Li Xian suddenly paused. A look of shock flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ingzhinshuan's forehead. He did not pay much attention to Ingzhinshuan before, and after sensing that she was only an earth immortal, he did not pay much attention to her. But this time, he saw something that could not possibly exist on the ancestral star. Where did that purple jade between your brows come from? Long Qing moved slightly and appeared directly in front of Ingzhinshuan, staring at the purple jade between her brows with a burning gaze. What does it have to do with you? A hint of anger flashed in Ingzhinshuan's eyes. She had seen this kind of expression many times. It was clearly the kind of existence that would only reveal greed after seeing an incredible treasure. This purple jade is not something that you can have. Are you going to give it to me yourself, or do you want me to do it for you? Long Qing said solemnly. The Mystic Sword sect was instantly in an uproar. The other party actually dared to openly steal their sect master's belongings. Chapter 2692. White Emperor Immortal Lord's Disciple. Proto's expression became slightly strange as he looked towards Long Qing. With his status in the Nether Dragon clan, he naturally knew who Long Qing's backer was. The existence ranked second on the Tai True Immortal list was one of White Emperor Immortal Lord's personal disciples. However, he did not expect that there would be a daughter of White Emperor Immortal Lord's disciple on the ancestral star. Wouldn't her seniority be similar to Long Qing's? After hearing old ancestor Qi Yao's words, Long Qing immediately confirmed the origin of this purple jade. While he was shocked, he also started to fight with himself. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. They could tell that Long Qing was hesitating because of White Emperor Immortal Lord's name. This item has too many implications. It's impossible for it to have ended up here. No matter what the reason is, please hand it over to me first. If I personally verify it in the future, and its origins are as you say, I will definitely return it with both hands. Long Qing said after a moment of silence. Ingzhinshuan's expression became extremely ugly. She did not expect the other party to still not give up after hearing the name of White Emperor Immortal Lord. Eldest senior brother, when did you fall to stealing other people's things? I can testify that its origin is clean. Li Xian looked at Long Qing with a hint of anger. Third junior sister, there are many things that you do not know. Long Qing lightly glanced at Li Xian. Then, he looked towards Ingzhinshuan. I'll give you 5 breaths of time to consider. Senior, she is Bei Xian's sworn sister. Are you still not going to make a move? Have you forgotten the promise from back then? Saint Concubine Cold Sky suddenly looked towards the direction of the missing moon peak and said, Senior? Long Cheng's eyes moved slightly. Proto laughed out loud. Your Xianjian sect has a senior that even I can't detect? Call him out. As long as he is not a Tai True Immortal, which Xian Immortal in this world can fight against Brother Long and I. What an arrogant tone! Where did they come from? To dare to swagger into my Xianjian sect, they are obviously not afraid of old ancestor Yu Qing. They might be prodigies among the Xian Immortals. The Xianjian sect disciples looked at each other with a trace of worry in their eyes. However, there was still a trace of anticipation in their hearts. After all, the current Xianjian sect was different from the past. There was an unfathomable supreme expert overseeing the missing moon peak. If that senior were to make a move, these two fellows in front of him would definitely not be a match for him, right? Whoosh! A beam of sword light came from the missing moon peak, and before Proto could react, one of his arms was instantly chopped off. Then a voice slowly sounded. The person you are looking for is not in the ancestral star. I will give you 5 breaths of time to leave. Do not come back to the mystic sword sect. Paluto looked at his severed arm in shock. Then, when he heard the voice, his expression became uncertain. Even an ordinary early-stage Tai perfected immortal would not be able to cut off his arm with a single sword strike, right? He was in existence ranked 5th on the mysterious immortal leaderboard, after all. He could fight with an ordinary early-stage primordial unity perfected celestial for more than 100 moves without being defeated. Ryuching's expression changed greatly, and he immediately grabbed Proto. He gave Ing Jinxuan and Li Xian a deep look before disappearing. Seeing that, the people of Xianjian sect heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. The sacred concubine pulled Li Xian and flew towards the missing moon peak. With that senior here, no one will dare to come to the Xianjian sect in the future. Old ancestor Qi Yao looked in the direction of the missing moon peak and sighed in his heart. Although the Ascension sect he came from was the upper sect of the Xianjian sect, the Xianjian sect now looked more like the upper sect of the Ascension sect. Outside the ancestral star, there is indeed great terror between life and death. Proto looked at his severed arm. The flesh and blood on it were interweaving. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a brand new arm would grow out. However, compared to the arm that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times before, it was naturally much weaker. It could be said that because of this sword, Proto's battle power had been reduced by at least more than 1%. Just now, Ryuching's movements were too fast, and he did not even have the time to pick up his severed arm. At the same time, because of the fear in his heart, he did not want to stay in the Xianjian sect for even a second longer. It's good enough that I can keep my life, Ryuching said indifferently. Who do you think that is? Even you can't dodge that sword just now, right? Proto looked at Ryuching and said with a serious expression. I can't. Ryuching nodded calmly. There is indeed something strange about the ancestral star. Apart from emperors, there is still such an existence. Let's leave first. As for that mission, I'm afraid we won't be able to complete it. The immortal realm is so big, and the other party has already left the ancestral star. No matter how powerful we are, we won't be able to find him, right? Proto sighed. Perhaps that person from the Xianjian sect is the same person as that emperor. Ryuching said indifferently. The same person? Proto looked at Ryuching in shock, and after thinking about it, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Why would such an existence live in the Xianjian sect? And from what that woman said, he seemed to have promised to protect Ning Beixian? After a pause, Proto cursed, Isn't this sending me to my death? Damn it, I want to go back to the clan and see who is trying to harm me. Protect Ning Beixian? That might not be the case. Didn't you say that the immortal realm is so big, and you can't find Ning Beixian? Although that person just chased us away from the ancestral star, he also told me where Ning Beixian went. If I go there, I'll definitely find him. Ryuching smiled. There was a speck of light in his sea of consciousness. This was the aura that had just been branded in his sea of consciousness, and the closer he got to Ning Qi, the brighter the speck of light would become. Is that so? What does that senior mean? Proto was shocked. How can we know what the senior is thinking? We just need to complete the mission Master gave us. Let's go, Ning Beixian is flying in that direction. Ryuching smiled and pointed in a direction. I've almost bought all kinds of spiritual materials, and I've also received a few 5th-grade pill recipes. Immortal pills refined from each recipe are miraculous for golden immortals, but are these treasures that can prevent possession really that hard to come by? Ning Qi looked at his own post on the All Heavens Forum and couldn't help but ponder. In this period of time, he had bought a wave of spiritual materials and pill recipes, and he had almost used up all his All Heavens coins. But there was no news about the treasures that could prevent possession. The replies below all asked Ning Qi why he was looking for such treasures, and if he harbored evil intentions. Without a treasure to prevent possession, Ning Qi didn't dare to take out the demon ancestor's heart and use it. The feeling of having a treasure right next to him, but not being able to use it was really uncomfortable. Chapter 2693. The Nuwa ship had already set the route, and with the little gourd, a supreme-grade Tao artifact, Ning Qi believed that even if he encountered any danger, he would at least be able to hold on for a period of time. Therefore, he was at ease refining the primordial Tao pill in the top-notch cultivation training ground. Fifth-stage primordial Tao pill was extremely effective even for Zenith Heaven existences. It was one of the essential elixirs for Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. The difficulty of refining it was several times higher than the elixirs Ning Qi had previously refined. He opened the furnace, started the fire, and put in the spiritual materials. This series of actions was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. However, after a quarter of an hour, black smoke came out of the furnace. The refining failed. He opened the furnace again, started the fire, and put in the spiritual materials. This time, Ning Qi held on for more than half a day before black smoke came out. The refining failed. He opened the furnace again. After repeating this for more than 10 times and spending 2 to 3 months, Ning Qi finally figured out the refining technique of the primordial Tao pill. A month later, the first cauldron of primordial Tao pill was produced. There was only one pill, and it was still a low-grade 5th-stage pill. Even so, the value of this primordial Tao pill was enough to make up for the spiritual materials lost before, and there was even a surplus. No matter how talented a normal alchemist was, it was impossible for them to master the refining technique of a 5th-tier elixir in just a few months. It would take at least a few decades, and at most, it would take at least a few decades, or even hundreds of years. Ning Qi gradually immersed himself in the world of alchemy, regardless of day or night. A year later, he increased the refining speed of the primordial Tao pill to 1 cauldron in half a month, and he had successfully refined 2 pills. 5 years later, Ning Qi only needed 7 days to produce a cauldron of primordial Tao pill and 3 pills. 30 years later, Ning Qi's refining technique of the primordial Tao pill had reached the peak. He could produce 1 cauldron of pills in 5 days, and he could produce at least 4 pills in 8 out of 10 cauldrons. At this time, the spiritual materials Ning Qi used to refine the primordial Tao pill were almost exhausted. He had obtained a total of more than 5,000 primordial Tao pills, ranging from low-grade to supreme-grade. After Ning Qi put up a post selling primordial Tao elixirs on the All Heavens Forum, he took out a primordial Tao elixir and put it in his mouth. As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a majestic immortal qi that poured into his body like a river and rushed to his limbs and bones. As the saying goes, chopping firewood does not delay sharpening the knife. Ning Qi had spent 30 years refining the primordial Tao elixir. The effect of this first primordial Tao elixir was at least equivalent to the result of Ning Qi's 10 years of cultivation. After spending 1 day, Ning Qi completely absorbed the medicinal effect of the primordial Tao elixir. The 4th immortal meridian was no longer empty. With the passage of time, Ning Qi's cultivation kept rising. After staying in the top-notch training ground for 6 years, Ning Qi's cultivation had finally reached the peak of the early golden immortal realm. He was only a step away from the intermediate golden immortal realm. He had also swallowed the primordial Tao Dan. He had consumed more than 2,000 primordial Tao Dan. If the golden immortals on the ancestral star were to see such a cultivation speed, they would definitely be envious. After all, they could not even consume a fourth-tier immortal pill like Ning Qi, let alone an primordial Dao Dan. To them, the primordial Dao Dan was a treasure that was almost unobtainable. It was the same for the golden immortals in other realms. Perhaps only the heavenly Dao clan, the disciples of the Langya immortal emperor, and the disciples specially nurtured by immortal monarchs could enjoy such treatment. However, even if they consumed the same amount of elixirs as Ning Qi, they could not compare to him. Be it his physique or meridians, Ning Qi was different from ordinary people. His fourth immortal meridian alone was more than the width of 100 early golden immortals combined. Therefore, among those of the same realm, Ning Qi's immortal qi was much more abundant. I can't consume the remaining primordial Dao Dan so easily. I can't casually consume the remaining primordial Dao pills. I have to use them to lay eggs, Ning Qi muttered to himself. He took out the All Heavens talisman and opened the All Heavens forum. He found that there were already several replies below his post selling primordial Dao Dan. At the same time, dozens of people had sent him friend requests. The most recent message was sent 10 hours ago. The South Sea Tortoise Riding Old Man, it's you again. You dare sell a primordial Dao Dan for 200 heavenly coins? Look through the other posts. The most expensive primordial Dao Dan sold by others is only 200 heavenly coins. That's not a lot, and you want to sell a few thousand primordial Dao Dan at once? I think it's even lower than the average price. I'll take it for 90 heavenly coins each. Add me as a friend if you're interested. He was the first to reply. Perhaps after a long time, seeing that Ning Qi was ignoring him, he added another post below. The South Sea Tortoise Riding Old Man. Everyone, please take note. Look at this person's post history. He's a black-hearted merchant. If there's a newcomer, don't be deceived by him. When Ning Qi saw this, he smiled. Then, he scrolled to the end of the post and found a few familiar names. That year's apricot blossom drizzle was also there. His reply was to inquire about the price and ask Ning Qi if it could be cheaper. First, Ning Qi sent a friend request to the South Sea Tortoise Riding Old Man. The other party seemed to be playing with the All Heavens talisman, so he immediately accepted the friend request. The South Sea Tortoise Riding Old Man. Big brother, can you accept my proposal? If you sell one primordial Dao Dan for 90 heavenly coins, I'll take 100. You're selling a few thousand at once. Few people in the All Heavens Forum can afford this price. That's the price of several inferior-grade Dao artifacts. You won't be able to sell them even if you sell them for 100 years. Ning Qi had previously seen that a low-grade primordial Dao Dan cost 100 heavenly coins. The price of a supreme-grade primordial Dao Dan would more than double to 200 heavenly coins. The South Sea Tortoise Riding Old Man had offered 90 heavenly coins. He was clearly trying to take advantage of others. Ning Qi smiled and typed his reply. On a certain level 7 planet in the Langya immortal domain, the South Sea Tortoise Riding Old Man had left the ancestral planet after leaving the divine tomb and returned to the planet where his cave abode was located. At this moment, he was holding the All Heavens talisman with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If he could buy 100 primordial Dao Dan with 9,000 heavenly coins, even if they were all low-grade primordial Dao Dan, he would still make a small profit. Although the price of primordial Dao Dan was fixed in the All Heavens Forum, there was a huge fluctuation in the prices in the various immortal domains of the immortal world. For example, on the planet where the South Sea Tortoise Riding Old Man was, the value of one primordial Dao Dan far exceeded the value of 150 heavenly coins in the All Heavens Forum. Ding! A notification sounded. Chapter 2694. Damn it! The tortoise-riding old man wanted to reply to Ning Qi, but on second thought, he deleted Ning Qi from his friend list and put away the All-Heaven talisman resentfully. If Ning Qi really did what he said and spent 500,000 coins to buy his life, it wouldn't be worth it. Not many people in the All-Heaven Talisman knew about him. But there were also many people who didn't want to put themselves in danger just because of a verbal dispute. One day, I'll find you. Just you wait. The tortoise-riding old man cursed. On Ning Chi's side, the tortoise-riding old man silently deleted his friend list and sent a message to that apricot flower drizzle. 3,000 primordial Tao pills, ranging from low-grade to supreme grade, for 600,000 coins. After about 10 minutes, the other party replied. The proportion of supreme-grade 5th-grade pills? Extremely high. Deal. The transaction was completed quickly, and the other party seemed quite satisfied after inspecting the goods. That apricot flower drizzle, the quality is not bad. If there are more primordial Tao pills for sale, contact me directly. His Majesty sent me to patrol the mountains. Sure, it's a pleasure working with you. After a pause, Ning Chi sent another message out of curiosity. As a profound immortal, what do you need these primordial Tao pills for? That apricot flower drizzle. For fun. Admirable. Ning Chi replied with a smile. As for whether the other party was telling the truth, Ning Chi wasn't interested. He was just a little curious that apricot flower drizzle wasn't simple and should be a profound immortal from other people's messages. With 600,000 coins, Ning Chi's capital increased again, and he began to frantically purchase spiritual materials for refining primordial Tao pills. At that moment, he suddenly saw a very lively post on the All Heavens Forum, and the title of the post was also marked in red. The All Heavens Forum's 500-year Immortal Ascension Assembly is about to begin. This Immortal Ascension Assembly is an offline event that will be held in the Dark North Immortal Domain's Blue Water Star in the Great Void Realm in 3 years. There will be a large number of treasures for auction. If you can't personally come to Blue Water Star, you won't be able to participate in this Immortal Ascension Assembly. You arrived on time and participated enthusiastically. After that, there was a list of items that would be auctioned off in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Ning Chi even saw a few Stage 8 Immortal Pills, one of which was called the Golden Immortal Transference Pill. It was a lower Stage 8 Immortal Pill that could be consumed by anyone below the Grand Heavenly Realm, including Grand Heavenly Realm beings. There were only 2 of them. There were already hundreds of thousands of comments, and it was incomparably hot. The quality of this time's Immortal Ascension Assembly's auction items has greatly improved compared to the last time. There are even 4 or 5 types of Tier 8 Immortal Pills. I remember that the best Immortal Pill from last time was only Tier 7 Immortal Pills, right? There's actually a high-grade Tao artifact. I see that quite a few Primordial Unity seniors are going. Are there any like-minded people who can send me a private message so that we can go together? As expected of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, they are really powerful. I thought that the other 3 chambers of commerce on the All Heavens Forum would be on par with them. But looking at the Immortal Ascension gatherings held by them in the past, they are far inferior to the one held by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Ning Chi first carefully read through the topics that were about to be auctioned, and then glanced at the comments. He suddenly found that there were a lot more new people on the All Heavens Forum recently. When posting, there would be a registration time, which was also the time to obtain the All Heaven Talisman. In this post, many people had registered in the past 30 years or so, which meant that a lot of the All Heaven Talismans had been sold in the past 30 years. The number of people on the All Heavens Forum had also greatly increased. This made the All Heavens Forum more lively than in previous years. The Taichu Chamber of Commerce. There are forces in the immortal world in the form of chambers of commerce? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. He opened the All Heavens Forum's search function, and suddenly found that this function had begun to charge a fee. One search cost 500 All Heavens coins. Thinking of the sudden surge in users, Ning Chi suddenly understood. The All-Heaven Talisman was an extremely powerful thing. If an ordinary immortal obtained it, it would be a decent opportunity. For example, the All Heavens Forum's black market, All Heavens Live broadcast platform, and other functions were of great help to ordinary immortals. However, when the number of users of such things increased to a certain level, there would most likely be more and more places to charge fees in the future. After spending 500 All Heavens coins, Ning Qi searched for a lot of information about the All Heavens Forum's 4 major chambers of commerce, which naturally included the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. How much of this information was true and how much was false, Ning Qi couldn't tell for the time being. Some information said that the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce was an immortal lord who had concealed his identity and was willing to be conferred a title by the Langya Immortal Emperor. Some said that the backer behind the Taichu Chamber of Commerce was the Langya Immortal Emperor. Among them, there was one that was the most reliable, and most people agreed with it. In that post, it said that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce was jointly established by several major sects of the Langya Immortal Domain. These sects were all top sects with Tai true immortals. After reading this information, Ning Qi had some idea about this Immortal Ascension gathering. Then, he searched for the Immortal Crossing Golden Pill. There were different opinions about its price, because no one had ever sold it on the All Heavens Forum. However, there was one thing Ning Qi was sure of. The price of the Immortal Crossing Golden Pill was definitely not low, but not too high either. It would be low, but it wouldn't be too high either. That was because it wasn't too effective for existences above the profound immortal realm. It could be considered as an immortal pill that had a certain effect on breaking through bottleneck. However, for existences below the grand heavenly immortal realm, its effects were miraculous, allowing them to break through immediately. 3 years in the top cultivation training ground is more than 1,000 years. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He calculated that if he used these 1,000 years to earn All Heavens coins, with his ability, he might be qualified to participate in this Immortal Ascension gathering. If he could buy the Immortal Crossing Golden Pill, he would at least save a lot of cultivation time. Although he was confident that he could advance to the Golden Immortal Perfected stage by consuming the Primordial Tao Elixir, it would take him 50 to 100 years to break through to the Golden Immortal Perfected stage because of the time needed to concoct the elixir, the time needed to consume it, and the declining effect of the Primordial Tao Elixir. However, the Immortal Crossing Golden Pill could shorten this time by at least 10 times. Buying the Immortal World Star Chart. The more detailed, the higher the price. Ning Qi casually made a post. There were many people who sold star maps because they didn't cost much. A single copy could be sold countless times as long as someone bought it. However, good star maps were rare. After all, there were many dangerous regions that could only be known by those who had been there, and these people were unwilling to go there for various reasons. For various reasons, these people were unwilling to contribute their own star chart. For example, the star chart contributed by Zhao Wuji was very simple. Given his cultivation, he could only use such a simple and trashy star chart. Chapter 2695. Master, should we change our route? As Nviwa spoke, she accepted the jade slip. Her eyes immediately turned light blue, and upon closer inspection, one could see that strings of data flashed across her eyes. Even ordinary immortals would not be able to finish reading the entire star chart in a short period of time, but Nviwa only took a minute to finish loading the data. Too many. A virtual screen shot out from the cockpit, on which was an extremely complicated map. Under Nuwa's control, the map kept zooming in until it finally locked onto the blue water planet of the Grand Void Realm of the Dark North Mystic Realm. It was a planet that was 90% covered by the deep sea. It was marked as a Level 7 planet. In the immortal world, a Level 7 planet was already considered a top-notch planet. There were not many level 7 planets in each immortal domain. Further up were the grade 8 planets where the celestial lords resided, and they were even rarer. That's it. It's quite smooth with our previous route. Ning-Chi smiled and pointed at Blue Mercury. Little Gourd stepped forward and took a look. Feeling it was strange, it asked, "Why are you going to Blue Mercury Star?" As far as I know, that was the cave abode of the Southern Sea Dragon King. At this point, fear flashed in the small Gourd's eyes. It smiled at Ning-Chi and said, "Let's not go to Cerulean Planet, shall we? Caves left behind by ancient immortals like this are probably all on the Tiandao family's list of places that they pay close attention to." Southern Sea Dragon King. Ning-Chi's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the small Gourd. Could the Southern Sea Dragon King you mentioned be Aochin, who was in charge of rain, thunder, floods, and tsunamis in the ancient heavenly court? Who else could it be if not him? You even know Aochin? Little Gourd nodded and looked at Ning-Chi suspiciously. There was a hint of surprise in its eyes. Nuwa, head for Cerulean Planet at full speed. Ning-Chi instructed Nuwa. Then, he pulled the small calabash to sit on the sofa and said with a smile, "I know that the ancient heavenly court once had the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Tell me about their strength. How strong are they? As far as I know, there are still a few true dragon bloodlines left in the immortal world. Are they related to the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas? Why weren't they exterminated by the Tiandao family? Why are you asking so many questions all of a sudden? With your strength, even if you knew about these things, it would be useless," the Gourd said with a frown. "Nuwa, don't bother with this kid in the future." Ning-Chi shouted. "Yes, master." Nuwa replied happily as she mapped out the route. Little Gourd's expression immediately changed, and it said with an embarrassed smile, "If you want to listen to me, then just listen to me. Why do you have to do this?" Then, he cleared his throat and said, "The ancient immortal clan has a long history. Even the Tiandao clan is only a latecomer. The earliest immortals to appear in the world were the ancient immortals. At the same time, they were also the earliest humans to cultivate to become immortals. This all started when the world was created. Ho did, but that story is too long. Let me tell you about the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas." Ning-Chi nodded slowly, indicating for him to continue. The small Gourd said, "The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were formed from a wisp of essence energy at the beginning of the world. Legend has it that when the world was formed, a wisp of clear energy formed the first dragon. It was known as the ancient primordial dragon. When it appeared, it was in existence at the fourth step. All the clear energy was absorbed by it, which was why it provoked the jealousy of the heavens. It was killed by the thunder tribulation. Then, it returned to its origin and turned into 6 wisps of essence energy. 4 of them were the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. I don't know where the remaining 2 went or whether they turned into dragons. In that case, didn't the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas live for a very long time? Then their strength. A trace of surprise flashed in Ning-Chi's eyes. Although he understood that he could not take the stories he read on Earth seriously, he was also very surprised that the origins of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were so terrifying. They actually came from the beginning of the world? Then, weren't they very powerful? Of course. They were third-step almighties when they were born. Among them, the Dragon King of the South Sea, Aochin, was the leader. He was considered an outstanding third-step almighty. This was formed from the ancient primordial dragon's essence energy. If they could find the other 2 essences and combine them into one, the ancient immortals might not have been defeated in that battle. The clan might not necessarily be defeated. The small Gourd rolled its eyes at Ning-Chi. What happened after that? The Dragon King of the South Sea, Aochin, also died in that battle? Ning-Chi asked. Among the images he had seen, there was only a golden dragon whose entire body had turned into bones and only its head was intact in the Pill Vein Mine Tower of Twilight Night. Other than that, he had not seen any images related to the Dragon Clan. Dead. All the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas died. However, they exchanged the 9 third-step almighties of the Tiandao family, so they died a worthy death. The small gourd sighed. Ningqi was silent for a while. Although the small gourd made it sound easy, the intensity of the battle at that time should have far exceeded his imagination. After being in the immortal world for so many years, Ningqi could not be considered to have truly stepped into the immortal world. He had only been to the 9 Heroes planet, the South Mountain planet, the Howran planet, and the Ancestral planet. This time, going to the Blue Water planet to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly was considered to have truly stepped onto this big platform. Where there was Jianghu, there would be battles. In the future, he might also encounter extremely tragic battles. His current cultivation level was far from enough. At the very least, he had to break through to the primordial unity realm to have a place in the immortal world. Alright, help Nviwa check if there are any problems with the route. Try to take shortcuts. If you need to use a teleportation array, wait for me for a few days. I will come out every 10 days. Ningqi patted the small gourd's shoulder and disappeared the next moment. The small gourd pursed its lips and then ran to Nviwa's side with a smile. It whispered, "Let's go to that ghost realm. Blue Water Planet is not fun at all. It's better not to go. I heard that you are a kind Dao artifact and do not know how to fight?" When Nviwa heard that, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Even if I don't know how to fight, you won't be able to touch me. Don't threaten me so often, okay? You and I are on the same side. We are both artifact spirits. How many artifact spirits are still active in this world? Perhaps in the entire immortal world, we are the only 2 artifact spirit. We should be friendly to each other, the small gourd said with a smile. Smack. Nviwa casually slapped the small gourd's chubby face. Caught off guard, the small gourd was sent flying and let out a tragic cry. Don't disturb me, Nviwa said indifferently. In the following period of time, Ningqi would return to the Nuwa from the top-notch cultivation training ground every 10 years to see if there were any dangers. With his current alchemy skills, he could produce at least 190 supreme-grade 5th-stage primordial Dao pills every year. 10 years would be equivalent to nearly 2,000 pills. This time, he would not sell them for less than 220, because unlike the previous time, there were some inferior-grade 5th-stage primordial Dao pills mixed in. Chapter 2696. All Heavens Forum. Due to Ningqi frequently selling Dao Yuan Dan in the black market during this period of time, there were already people discussing Ningqi on the forum, and they even found the posts that Ningqi had posted in the past. All kinds of suspicions immediately surged out. Some said that Ningqi might be the spokesperson of a certain sect, some said that Ningqi himself was a heaven. Some said that Ningqi himself was a heaven alchemist. Among them, the one who jumped the most was the Southern Sea turtle-riding old man. He used all kinds of methods to lead people to guess Ningqi's true identity. Originally, such a trick was useless against these shrewd immortals. However, many immortals were really jealous of the primordial Dao pills Ningqi sold in the black market. No one knew how many elixirs were sold in the black market, but some people had just bought Ningqi's primordial Dao pills. Later on, it was revealed that the value of those Dao Yuan pills had already exceeded 5 million heavenly coins. Naturally, it would make people jealous. That apricot flower drizzle. Big King Brother, it seems that many people are jealous of you. Have you seen the forum posts? Actually, even I am jealous of your income in the past 2 years. When Ningqi saw this message, he smiled. He was not in the mood to pay attention to the group of people who kept jumping around. He replied, Brother Weiyu, you said that they only know about 5 million heavens coins now. If they knew that you spent almost 20 million heavens coins here, wouldn't they come directly to offer a bounty? Me? As for being jealous, Brother Drizzle must be joking. You spent so many all-heaven coins to buy primordial Tao pills. These all-heaven coins should be a drop in the ocean for you. After some people became jealous, Ning Qi sold the primordial Tao pills to that apricot flower drizzle alone. However, sometimes when the other party was not online, Ning Qi would wait for a while. This way, as long as that apricot flower drizzle didn't expose him, who knew how much he had earned from selling the primordial Tao pills? Moreover, after more than 2 years of transactions, Ning Qi became more and more curious about that apricot flower drizzle's identity. Nearly 20 million all-heaven coins could be used to buy 100 low-grade Tao artifacts, right? Even a Xian immortal wouldn't have such wealth. Therefore, Ning Qi sometimes suspected that the other party might be a primordial unity perfected immortal. Only a primordial unity perfected immortal could take out so many all-heaven coins to buy primordial Tao pills for their disciples. Not long after, the news of that year's apricot blossom drizzle came again. A drop in the ocean? Big Brother thinks too highly of me. In order to eat the primordial Tao pills in Big Brother's hands, I borrowed money from all over the place. I'm now heavily in debt. I hope that Big Brother will consider this and ask for the primordial Tao pills in the future. 20% cheaper? The king sent me to patrol the mountains. No. After replying to this message, Ning Qi stood up from the sofa and walked up to Nuwa. Looking at the starry sky outside the glass, he smiled and asked, "How long until we reach Cerulean Planet?" More than 2 years had passed since they had decided to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. The Nuwa ship had already arrived at the Grand Void Realm of the Dark North Celestial Domain. During this period, Ning Qi had disembarked from the Nuwa ship several times to take the star teleportation formation. Otherwise, let alone 3 years, he wouldn't be able to make it to the Grand Void Realm even if he had 30 or even 300 years. They arrived at the Great Void Realm. We'll arrive in another 5 months, if there are no accidents along the way. Nuwa smiled. The Immortal Ascension Assembly will only begin in 6 months. Being able to arrive a month earlier is not bad. Ning Qi smiled and patted Nuwa's shoulder. Then, he asked curiously, "Where's the calabash?" "It's been addicted to games recently. It's in the entertainment cabin," Nuwa said. "Haha, a connate spiritual treasure likes to play games? This guy is really a weirdo in the spiritual treasure world." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Then, he moved slightly and entered the top cultivation training ground. In the next 5 months, he would do his best to refine elixirs and earn as many heaven-grade coins as possible. This way, he would be 100% confident in obtaining the golden elixir of transcendence and other good items in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. In a luxurious cave abode on Cerulean Planet, a woman was curiously looking at the primordial Tao elixir in her hand. She said to a respectful middle-aged man not far away, Li, do you think there's really such a talented alchemist in this world? He can refine 5,000 or 6,000 primordial Tao elixirs in a month." Primordial Tao elixirs? Li glanced at the primordial Tao elixir in the woman's hand and then shook his head. "Impossible. Even if the spiritual materials are used to the extreme, a cauldron of primordial Tao elixirs can only produce 4 at most, and that's only in theory. I've never seen any alchemist that can use spiritual materials to the extreme. There will be some losses, and adding the time needed to refine the elixirs and the failure rate, 7 or 8 elixirs in a month is the limit." The woman nodded with a smile. "Then where do you think he got so many primordial Tao elixirs? We've bought almost 100,000, right? It's already extremely extravagant for an ordinary Zenith Heaven to consume 1 primordial Tao elixir a year. With so many primordial Tao elixirs, I'm afraid even Xian immortals can't compare to him, right?" Li frowned and pondered. "Maybe he's supported by a huge alchemist sect." "The immortal realm is so big that even our Taichu Chamber of Commerce can't know all the sects like the back of our hand." The woman found it reasonable. She nodded with a smile and said, "That's right. It's possible. But no matter what, we've taken so many primordial Tao elixirs from him. He can be our long-term ally. If we distribute these primordial Tao elixirs to our branches, they'll be worth far more than 20 million heavenly coins. Many Zenith Heaven Realm experts are willing to pay for primordial Tao elixirs. Even I'm quite satisfied with that. Brother, I'm sure you don't know this, right?" The woman's lips curled up into a sly smile. Lily saw this and said in a low voice, "We can take out 10,000 primordial Tao elixirs for the Immortal Ascension Assembly. The highest bidder wins." "That's right. I think many sects will be interested in 10,000 primordial Tao elixirs. If the price is not 2 or 3 times higher, how can I be worthy of hosting the Immortal Ascension Assembly?" the woman said with a smile. "Phew," Ningqi breathed out a mouthful of murky air. Apart from leaving 10,000 primordial Tao elixirs for himself to break through to the mid-stage Golden Immortal after arriving at Cerulean Planet, he gave the rest of the elixirs to Apricot Blossom Drizzle. 35 million heavenly coins. I think I'll get something good. Ningqi looked at the balance of the heavenly talisman with satisfaction and returned to Nuwa. When Nuwa saw Ningqi, she said at once, "Master, we've reached the outer regions of Cerulean Planet. Without your orders, I won't dare to enter Cerulean Planet." "I think it's better not to go in." The little gourd pouted. "You've wandered around for so long. Shouldn't you return to my Sea of Consciousness? If the Tiandao clan finds you, they'll lock you up again." Ningqi smiled. Chapter 2697. There was too much ocean on Cerulean Planet. After Ningqi and Nuwa entered the planet, they had to fly for a very long time before they saw land. This was the only piece of land on Cerulean Planet, and its surface area was unusually large, comparable to 3 to 5 prefectures on the ancestral planet combined. As a level 7 planet, the spiritual energy on Cerulean Planet was indeed much richer than that of the ancestral planet. It was extremely beneficial for both low-level and high-level immortals. From this, one could see why so many immortals on the ancestral planet would seek a way out and cultivate on higher-level planet. South Sea Dragon City. Ningqi raised his head and looked at the ancient city in front of him. Above the incomparably tall gates, there was a stone plaque covered in moss. The words on it were somewhat blurred, giving off an aura that had been corroded by the passage of time. "Master, the place you're going to is this South Sea Dragon City, right?" Nuwa looked at Ningqi and asked with a smile. "That's right." Ningqi nodded with a smile. The Immortal Ascension Assembly was being held in the South Sea Dragon City, and there was still about a month before it started. When they entered the city, there were 2 beings in the form of flood dragons blocking Ningqi and Nuwa's way. However, when Ningqi said that he was here to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly, the 2 flood dragons immediately respectfully let Ningqi and Nuwa into the South Sea Dragon City. "I wonder if they're afraid of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, or the force behind the All Heavens Talisman?" Ningqi looked thoughtfully at the 2 transformed flood dragons. According to the star map, Ningqi knew that Cerulean Planet was currently controlled by an ancient flood dragon. This flood dragon was powerful and had lived for an unknown period of time. It was already a primordial unity being, and the 2 golden immortal flood dragons guarding the gate were probably its subordinates. "Brother, are you here to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly as well?" a voice rang out behind Ningqi. The 2 of them turned around and saw a handsome young man dressed in white looking at them with a grin. Not far away, there were 2 women and a man watching them. Ningqi looked at the youth in white indifferently. The youth in white smiled and said, "When I entered the city, I accidentally overheard your conversation with the flood dragon soldiers here. I am Jingli, from Tianyi Immortal Palace. How should I address you, brother?" "Wu Yin, a rogue cultivator." Ningqi smiled. "A rogue cultivator?" Jing Li's expression changed slightly. He then smiled and said, "So Brother Wu is a rogue cultivator. It's rare to see a rogue cultivator with a heavenly talisman." "Hee, I'm lucky." Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, the 2 women and 1 man walked over. Jingli introduced them with a smile. The man and woman were a couple. The man's name was Tong Huan, and the woman's name was Jing Xian. The latter was Jing Li's older sister, and the other woman was Tong Huan's younger sister, Tong Man. Among the 4 of them, Tong Huan had the highest cultivation, a perfected zenith heaven golden immortal. His aura was extremely strong, almost the same as Jiang Wei's. Jing Xian was weaker, a late-stage zenith heaven golden immortal, while Jing Li and Tong Man were early-stage zenith heaven golden immortal. After chatting for a while, Jing Li suddenly looked at Nuwa and said with a smile, "This young miss is so handsome, I wonder what sort of immortal beast you transformed from?" "I'm not an immortal beast," Nuwa said with some dissatisfaction. Tong Huan and Jing Xian looked at each other and confirmed their guess. They were all cultivators of Tianyi Immortal Palace, and they cultivated a special divine ability that could easily see through anything, as long as the cultivation was lower than theirs. However, when they saw Nuwa, they found that they didn't see anyone else. They were able to see through Nuwa's origin, which was why Jing Li tried to strike up a conversation with her. "Everyone, we still have something to do. Let's meet again next time when we have time." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands, then turned and left with Nuwa. The 4 of them looked at their back. After a while, Jing Li smiled at Tong Huan and said, "Brother-in-law, did you see through that young Mrs. Origin?" Tong Huan shook his head lightly. Jing Xian said thoughtfully, "Not an immortal beast, not a demonic cultivator, and not a human. This is a little strange. Big brother, sister-in-law, that Wu Yin is just a rogue cultivator, and his cultivation is only early-stage golden immortal. How can there be anything strange about the young miss besides such an existence? I think her qi is at most equivalent to a human immortal. Is it worth our attention?" Tong Man said lightly. "A thing like the All-Heavens Talisman isn't something that any rogue cultivator can possess. Moreover, none of the existences that came to the Immortal Ascension gathering are simple. Do you think an early golden immortal would come all the way to Blue Water Star just to watch the show?" Tong Huan smiled. Tong Man was slightly stunned. Tong Huan continued, "That little girl's background is indeed a bit strange, but we should first go to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce to register our name. In a month, the Immortal Ascension gathering will begin. Let's see if we can earn more heavenly coins in this month." Jing Xian's cultivation has been stuck at the current bottleneck. However, if I have the Immortal Crossing Golden Pill, I will definitely be able to break through to the perfected stage in one go. Brother-in-law is right. Let's go and ask for directions and see where the registration point is," Jing Li quickly said with a smile. "Master, the gazes of those fellows just now were very annoying." After they were far away from Tong Huan and the others, Nuwa suddenly spoke. "In this immortal world, there are indeed many capable people. On the ancestral planet, no one noticed that Nuwa's identity was special, but when she arrived at Blue Water Star, 4 people immediately noticed some clues." Ning Qi sighed in his heart, but on second thought, the green-robed elder of the Mystic Sword sect should be able to see through Nuwa's background, but the other party did not do anything. It was obvious that he did not put Nuwa in his eyes, and did not even care about her at all. This was not normal for an immortal emperor. Even if an immortal emperor discovered an artifact spirit, he would not be able to help but snatch it, right? Unless the green-robed elder's vision was much higher than an ordinary immortal emperor's. "You should return to my sea of consciousness first." Ning Qi smiled at Nuwa. Nuwa nodded and directly entered Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. Ning Qi was not afraid of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, but if a Xian Immortal also discovered that Nuwa was an artifact spirit, then it would be a little troublesome. Although the immortal ascension gathering this time only allowed existences with the all-heavenly talismans to participate, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce did not seem to have any intention of hiding it. Ningqi casually asked a few passers-by and arrived at the registration point. Looking up, behind the registration point was a lake island. The lake island seemed to be very large. There were many pavilions and pavilions. When someone registered, they were invited to board a small boat and head towards the lake island. Ningqi looked at it for a while, then walked towards the registration point. Chapter 2698. Almost all the participants in the Immortal Ascension assembly were at least at the Grand Heavenly Realm. An early-stage golden immortal like Ningqi was very rare. After all, the purchasing power of an early golden immortal was limited, and the treasures being auctioned by the Immortal Ascension Club were extremely expensive. That was why the immortal from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce was so curious. Exactly. Ningqi smiled. In that case, please show me the All-Heaven Talisman. The other party smiled and nodded. Although the immortal in charge of registration was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he did not appear arrogant because of Ningqi's early-stage golden immortal cultivation. The immortals who could participate in the Immortal Ascension assembly were not simple, and it was even more so for an early-stage golden immortal to participate in the Immortal Ascension assembly. Ningqi took out the All Heavens Talisman. The other party verified the authenticity of the All Heavens Talisman and didn't ask for any information from Ningqi. He smiled and said, "It's done. There's someone here to bring Sire to the Lake Heart Island. Sire can choose any pavilion on the Lake Heart Island as long as you pay a little bit of All Heaven coins." Ningqi put away the All Heaven Talisman and asked curiously, "Isn't it said that one must personally attend the Immortal Ascension Assembly? If one doesn't register their name, then even if they don't come to Blue Water Star, they can still participate in the auction?" The other party smiled, as if Ningqi had been asked this question before. He patiently explained, "Our Taichu Chamber of Commerce has a partnership with the All Heaven Talisman. Once you arrive at the island in the center of the lake, everyone will enter an intranet. When the time comes, the treasures of the Immortal Ascension Assembly will be auctioned on the intranet. Immortals who are not here have no right to participate in the auction." "Yes. Intranet? Lon?" A hint of understanding flashed in Ningqi's eyes. Then, he cupped his fists and bid farewell to the immortal in charge of registration. Then, he was led by a heaven immortal with an extremely respectful expression to board a small boat and head for the island in the middle of the lake. There were hundreds of boats like this sailing back and forth on the surface of the lake, each with a heaven immortal standing on it. An immortal! Everyone sized each other up, a hint of vigilance in the depths of their eyes. Since they had come to the Immortal Ascension Assembly, they must have some ulterior motive. Therefore, apart from himself, everyone else was his competitor, so it was normal for him to be cautious. "Brother Wu, where's that little girl?" After Ningqi's boat docked, Jing Li's group of 4 happened to arrive at the same time. Jing Li looked curiously at Ningqi's side. When he didn't see Nuwa, he asked, "Brother Jing, why are you paying so much attention to my little sister?" Ningqi asked with a smile. When Jing Li heard this, he was slightly startled. Then, he laughed dryly and said, "Isn't that because the little girl is so obedient and cute? Brother Wu has misunderstood. It's my fault, my fault." Ningqi glanced at Jing Li with a smile, then glanced at Tong Huan and the other 2. Then, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Goodbye." With that, Ningqi turned around and walked away without any intention of stopping the conversation. Tong Man looked coldly at Ningqi's back and sneered, "This person is just an early-stage golden immortal. Jing Li has taken the initiative to greet him several times, but he is still so cold and arrogant. I really want to know which rogue cultivator would be so arrogant." "I don't think he's a rogue cultivator." Tong Huan smiled and shook her head. She paused for a moment, then continued, "Let's go." He might have already sensed that something was wrong with the little girl. That's why the little girl didn't follow him this time. If it were you or me, we would also be vigilant. It doesn't matter. This immortal ascension assembly will last for 10 days and 10 nights. Let's find a place to stay first. If we are late by a step, I'm afraid we will have to stay outside the island. Ning-Chi wandered around the island in the middle of the lake for a while. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be enjoying the beautiful scenery nearby. In fact, Ning-Chi wanted to see how many restrictive spells there were on the island. If he needed to escape, which route was the safest. After doing so, Ning-Chi randomly found a suitable one. He was ready to move in. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but when Ning-Chi checked in, he saw Tong Huan and the other three again. But this time, Jingli didn't greet Ning-Chi. He just smiled and the four of them brushed past Ning-Chi. At this time, Tong Man, who was walking beside Jing Xian, suddenly glanced at Ning-Chi coldly. Coincidentally, Ning-Chi also looked at them and met Tong Man's eyes. Tong Man's eyes revealed a trace of disgust and disdain. After staring at Ning-Chi coldly for a few seconds, she turned her head. "Senior, Heaven and Earth Immortal, which room do you want to stay in?" An Earth Immortal cultivator behind the counter looked at Ning-Chi with sparkling eyes. In this pavilion, apart from the guests, there wasn't even a single male staff member. They were all female cultivators with low cultivation levels. The highest among them was only at the Heavenly Immortal stage. "May I know the price for these 3 rooms?" Ning-Chi smiled. When the Earth Immortal cultivator heard that, she quickly introduced the rooms to Ning-Chi. A night in the Heaven room was 20 heavenly coins, the Earth room was 10 heavenly coins, and the Mortal room was 5 heavenly coins. It didn't seem very high, but staying in the Mortal room for a month was enough to buy a primordial Dao pill. The Heaven room was even more ridiculous. There were still 1 more immortal ascension gathering for the Heaven room, and 10 more days in total. If one stayed there for 40 days, it would cost 800 heavenly coins, which was enough to buy about 4 top-grade primordial Dao pills. Even for ordinary grand heavenly immortals, this was a rather high price. Ning-Chi suspected that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce was taking advantage of the situation to rip them off. "Is there a woodshed?" Ning-Chi asked with a smile. "A woodshed?" It took the Earth Immortal cultivator a while to react and looked at Ning-Chi in shock. "I want a mortal room." Ning-Chi smiled. When the Earth Immortal cultivator saw that, she shyly helped Ning-Chi check in. The heavenly coins were directly transferred using the All-Heaven Talisman. The thing she used was very similar to the PLS machines back on Earth. Needless to say, it must have been created by the programmer who invented the All-Heaven Talisman. In that case, the cooperation between the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and the All-Heaven Talisman was set in stone. After the procedures were done, a female cultivator dressed in a rather sexy outfit immediately led Ning-Chi to the room. Then, the other female cultivators in the hall surrounded the counter and pointed in the direction Ning-Chi had left. "I thought I heard wrong. That senior is so young, and he even came here to participate in the Immortal Ascension gathering. He doesn't look like someone who would stay in a woodshed either. I knew he was joking with you. Is that a hint?" "Xiaolan, the shyness on your face just now was just right. If you can hook up with this senior, your future will be limitless. Although he's not as good as the 4 seniors who stayed in the Earth room, he looks a little younger. Staying in the human room for 40 days would cost 200 heavenly coins. The cultivation resources we can buy with that amount would be enough for us to use for a few hundred years." "Don't talk nonsense. It won't be good if that senior hears you. Why would he take a fancy to puny Earth immortals like us?" The Earth Immortal cultivator who helped Ning-Chi check in said shyly. Chapter 2699. "Senior, this is your room. My name is Healy. You can ask me to do some chores." The female cultivator who led the way bowed to Ning-Chi, her eyes rippling. Ning-Chi smiled and threw an earth spirit pill to her. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate. I'll call you if there's anything. With that, he entered the room and closed the door. Healy looked at the earth spirit pill in her hand with a hint of surprise in her eyes. For an earth immortal like her, the earth spirit pill could improve her cultivation and was very valuable. Even if she worked in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, her salary was higher than the monthly cultivation resources she received when she was in the sect. This earth spirit pill was equivalent to half a month of her salary. Moreover, she discovered that this earth spirit pill's grade was extremely high. It was a top-grade second-tier pill. This made her even more delighted. After the surprise, Healy looked at the closed door with some disappointment. Ning-Chi had said that he was going into seclusion, which meant that she would not have the chance to meet him during this period of time. Without the chance to meet him, she naturally would not have the chance to get any benefit. After Ning-Chi entered the room, he set up a restrictive spell on the door. The door itself had a restrictive spell, and with the addition of Ning-Chi's restrictive spell, even a zenith heaven could not leave the door intact. If anyone entered his room, Ning-Chi would basically know. The top cultivation training ground. Ning-Chi swallowed one primordial Tao pill after another, and the majestic immortal Qi filled his body. It kept flowing and was absorbed by Ning-Chi, turning into drops of true liquid in his fourth immortal meridian. Ever since he broke through to the early golden immortal stage, Ning-Chi discovered that the speed at which he absorbed the immortal Qi was at least 20 times faster than before. Perhaps this was the benefit brought about by the 13 immortal bones tribulation. Both his root bone and comprehension ability had been improved, so the speed at which he absorbed the immortal Qi depended on in the past. Ning-Chi would have needed at least a month to absorb the amount of spirit Qi produced by a top-grade 5th-grade primordial Tao pill. Now, he could completely absorb it for his own use in a day. Otherwise, Ning-Chi would not have been able to raise his cultivation to the peak early-stage golden immortal so quickly. At the rate of 1 primordial Tao pill a day, 10,000 primordial Tao pills would be enough for Ning-Chi to use for about 30 years. Whether he could break through to the mid-stage golden immortal depended on this. Days passed in the outside world. As the Immortal Ascension Assembly approached, the number of immortals on the island increased. All the rooms in the jade bamboo house that Ning-Chi lived in were occupied, including the heaven and earth rooms. Those who could live in the heaven rooms were at least almighty figures of the Xian immortal realm. That senior seems to be in his room all this time and has never come out. Healy, do you want to go knock on his door and remind him that the Immortal Ascension Assembly is starting tomorrow? Senior said that he's in seclusion. It's not good for me to disturb him, right? Healy was in a difficult position. A woman sneered and said, "What are you afraid of? Do you think we didn't notice that you've been loitering around there every day?" Healy smiled nonchalantly and said, "What's wrong with wandering around? Who asked that senior to be so generous and give me an earth spirit pill? If you guys are envious, then go and take a stroll." The girls immediately felt jealous and envious, but this feeling only lasted for an instant. Their monthly salary was equivalent to 2 earth spirit pills. Although a mere earth spirit pill was quite valuable, it could not be considered a true fortuitous encounter. What they were thinking was that if any senior took a fancy to them, they would be able to obtain it. In the future, they would be able to consume at least a dozen earth spirit pills every month. That would be considered reaching the heavens in a single step. "There's a guest," Xiao Lan, who was behind the counter, suddenly reminded them. At this moment, an old man slowly walked into the jade bamboo house. Behind him, an incomparably huge tortoise followed closely behind the old man. "I want a room. Do you still have any woodshed left?" the tortoise-riding old man said lightly. From his tone, it seemed that he did not want to live in a woodshed, but in a heaven room. Ever since he received the news that the Immortal Ascension gathering would be held on Blue Water Planet, he immediately rushed there. Unfortunately, he was very far from Blue Water Planet. It was not easy for him to rush here, but it was too late. He had asked a few houses in a row, and even the woodshed was occupied. This jade bamboo house was his last. He was the last to arrive. If he didn't have a room, he could only stay outside the island. To him, this was a very shameful thing. Could it be that he had to leave the island after participating in the Immortal Ascension gathering and live outside the island? Come back the next day? That was too degrading. Woodshed, Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. Then, seeing that the old man did not seem to be joking, she quickly nodded. Senior, the woodshed is empty. Then hurry up and help me settle in. What are you waiting for? The tortoise-riding old man scolded with his brows furrowed. Xiaolan was startled. She nervously helped the tortoise-riding old man settle in. He Li and the others were also somewhat silent. They looked at the tortoise-riding old man with fear in their eyes. Of course, they did not dare to offend such a hot-tempered guest. Senior, please come with me. Healy glanced at her colleagues who were all hiding far away and cursed in her heart. Then, she smiled and said to the tortoise-riding old man. The tortoise-riding old man sized her up and nodded slowly. Under Healy's lead, they arrived at the woodshed of the jade bamboo house. Healy subconsciously wanted to turn and leave, but was stopped by the tortoise-riding old man. Senior, is there anything else? Healy smiled embarrassedly. Are you looking down on me? The tortoise-riding old man looked at Healy coldly. Healy's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly said, Senior, what are you talking about? How would I dare to do that? Then why are you in such a hurry? The tortoise-riding old man sneered and casually threw 2 earth spirit pills to Healy. However, they were different from the second-tier supreme-grade earth spirit pills that Ningqi had given her. They were 2 low-grade second-tier earth spirit pills with some mottled impurities. Healy quickly thanked him after receiving them. Just as she was about to leave, the tortoise-riding old man said faintly, I still have something to ask you. Come in with me. With that, the tortoise-riding old man entered the room, but the door was wide open. It seemed like he was waiting for Healy to enter. The old tortoise-riding old man stretched out his neck and glanced at Healy. At this moment, Healy seemed to see an incomparably strange smile on its face. Healy's face instantly turned incomparably pale, and her body could not help but tremble. If it was a younger existence, she might have entered. However, the tortoise-riding old man exuded a rotten aura from head to toe. Apart from that, he had a very bad temper. Healy could not help but think of the past. She had heard that some immortals were secretly very terrifying. They would casually torture some servant girls to death. Therefore, Healy did not know whether to enter or leave. Still not coming in? Chapter 2700. As soon as Ningqi walked out of the room, he saw Healy standing not far away, looking at him. She smiled and nodded at him as a form of greeting, then prepared to leave. This time, with 10,000 primal pills in his stomach, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the early Golden Immortal stage and entered the middle Golden Immortal stage before the Immortal Ascension Assembly. The Immortal Ascension Assembly was going to start tomorrow. Ningqi was afraid that he would miss the golden pill of crossing immortality, so he came out of seclusion a day earlier. Seeing that Ningqi was about to leave, Healy's eyes filled with despair. Just then, Ningqi suddenly felt that something was wrong and stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, Healy's eyes once again filled with a pleading look. However, she did not dare to speak because she could feel the spiritual energy from Ningqi's body. He was much weaker than the turtle-riding old man of the South Sea. Little girl, do you want this old man to personally invite you? The sinister voice of the tortoise-riding old man from the South Sea rang out again. Hearing this voice, the corners of Ning Chi's mouth slightly rose. It was truly a small world. He hadn't expected that this old thing would also participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Ning Chi had some guesses about Heli's current situation. He smiled and walked in front of Heli. "This island is a little big. Take me out for a stroll." "Alright." Heli's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. This way, she wouldn't have to face that old senior again. "Fellow Taoist, she wants to help me tidy up my room. Don't tell me you don't understand the principle of first come first served?" The old man walked out of the room and looked at Ning Chi with dissatisfaction. At the same time, he was secretly sizing up Ning Chi. He found that Ning Chi didn't look familiar and was just an intermediate golden immortal. Immediately, a plan came to his mind. His face revealed a hint of arrogance as he stared at Ning Chi coldly. A look of panic flashed in Heli's eyes as she subconsciously hid behind Ning Chi. When the old man saw this, he became even more displeased. His gaze towards Heli was already filled with a hint of malevolence. It just so happened that a few of Heli's colleagues noticed that she hadn't returned after a long time, so they quietly hid in the distance and watched. When they heard the words of the turtle-riding old man from the South Sea, their expressions immediately changed. Tidy the room. How could they not understand the meaning behind these words? That old senior seems to have taken a liking to Heli. Holly doesn't seem too willing. What should we do? Why don't we inform Steward Lin? Are you trying to kill Heli? Steward Lin had always been fawning over these seniors. Back then, how many sisters had been personally given away by Steward Lin? If he finds out about this, Heli will not have a good ending. Wait a moment. That young master seems to be standing up for Heli. The girls subconsciously looked at Ning Chi with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Ning Chi smiled and glanced at the old man's room. With a strange expression, he said, "So it's a woodshed. I see that it's clean and tidy inside. There's no need to clean it up, right?" "What happened to the woodshed?" The turtle-riding old man from the South Sea suppressed his anger. "Which family's disciple are you from? Let's see if I know your master." "You don't have to worry about which family I'm from. A mere Grand Luo doesn't have the right to be acquainted with my master, does he?" Ning Chi said with a mocking smile. "A mere Grand Luo?" The turtle-riding old man's expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Ning Chi became fearful once more. However, if the woman he fancied was taken away by Ning Chi just like that, would he still have any face left? Before coming here, he already knew that he had more than a dozen friends in the All-Heavenly Talisman's friend list who came to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. If they knew that he was disrespected by a mid-stage golden immortal, wouldn't they laugh at him for 1,000 years? At that thought, the turtle-riding old man from the South Sea smiled coldly. "So your master is a profound, immortal mighty figure. I've been disrespectful. However, even a profound, immortal mighty figure must abide by the rules and etiquette. For the sake of your master, I'll overlook your rudeness today. Leave now." "Thank you, senior. Let's go." Ning Chi smiled, grabbed Heli's arm, turned around, and left. "How dare you!" The turtle-riding old man from the South Sea could no longer hold back his anger. With a flash, he blocked Ning Chi's path. His turtle quickly crawled out as well, glaring at Ning Chi. Heli was so frightened that she shrunk her head and was about to cry. Ning Chi, on the other hand, looked at the turtle-riding old man indifferently. "Let me give you a piece of advice. You're already of age, so don't harm other people's girls. If you want to clean up your room, let your turtle do it. If you want someone to warm your bed, let it do it." The women hiding in the distance could not help but burst into laughter when they heard that. The turtle-riding old man from the South Sea turned around and glanced at them. His gaze was extremely terrifying, like that of a devil. Instantly, they kept quiet out of fear, turned around, and ran. If they did not run, they might even lose their lives. What are you guys doing in such a hurry? A gloomy voice sounded. When the women heard that, they looked up and saw that there was an extremely cold middle-aged man in front of them. There were even a few guards behind him. Steward Lin, the women said fearfully. Steward Lin glanced in the direction of the turtle-riding old man and Ning Qi. He was attracted here by the turtle-riding old man's shout. Get lost and do your work. Don't be lazy. Steward Lin waved his hand and then walked toward the turtle-riding old man. When the women saw that, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They had just lifted their feet when they put them down again. They looked at each other and hid in the distance with tacit understanding, looking in the direction of Ning Qi and the others. Brother South Sea, why didn't you inform me that you came to the island this time? Steward Lin laughed as he walked. When the women heard that, their expressions immediately became extremely ugly. So Steward Lin knew that old man? Didn't that mean Healy was in danger? After seeing Steward Lin, Healy's face instantly became extremely pale. Brother Lin. The turtle-riding old man turned around in surprise. What? I haven't seen you for only 500 years. You don't recognize me? Steward Lin glanced at Ning Qi and Healy with a faint smile, then smiled at the turtle-riding old man. Why wouldn't I recognize you? I just didn't expect to meet Brother Lin here. Brother Lin, are you here for the Immortal Ascension gathering as well? The turtle-riding old man asked curiously. That's not it. I'm now working in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, so this little green bamboo building is under my management. What trouble did Brother South Sea encounter? You can tell me. Steward Lin smiled as he looked at Ning Qi. When the turtle-riding old man heard that, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he smiled sinisterly and told the story. Chapter 2701. Sweat broke out on Healy's forehead as she looked at Steward Lin in fear. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Not only was she unable to escape this time, but Ning Qi was also implicated. What is this? You don't even listen to me anymore? Steward Lin's eyes widened. He had not paid any attention to Ning Qi from beginning to end. It could be seen that he had quite a high status in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and was not afraid of offending others. The South Sea Tortoise old man glanced at Healy with a faint smile, then looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Thank you for your room, little brother." After saying that, his immortal pet turtle crawled in front of the South Sea Tortoise old man and stretched out its head. There seemed to be a hint of disdain in its bean-like eyes. Provocation. This was 100% provocation. He had taken advantage of Ning Qi, but he still wanted to show off. Ning Qi had the best way to make this kind of person regret. A flash of sword light flashed. Steward Lin and the South Sea Tortoise old man did not have time to react. When they did, the South Sea Tortoise old man suddenly let out a miserable howl. He raised his trembling arm and pointed at Ning Qi, saying angrily, "You killed my immortal pet?" Next to him, the turtle was still the same turtle, but its head had fallen to the ground. It could no longer look at Ning Qi with disdain. "It's just a turtle. Why are you so nervous? Without the turtle, you can change your name to South Sea Old Man or find some donkeys or dogs. Call yourself South Sea Donkey Old Man or South Sea Dog Old Man. It's better than riding a turtle, right?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Oh no, this young master is in trouble." The women in the distance instantly revealed worried expressions when they saw this scene. The island at the center of the lake didn't allow the use of force. Anyone who used force here without permission would definitely be punished by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Unless they had the backing of a celestial monarch, otherwise, with the strength of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, it would be useless no matter how strong their background was. "Hey, isn't that Wu Yin?" Jingli and the others seemed to be coming back to rest and happened to see this scene. They stood there curiously and looked over. Tong Huan's gaze swept past the old man on the turtle and Manager Lin before finally descending onto the turtle that was beheaded by Ning Qi. His gaze instantly changed, and he was slightly surprised and bewildered. Judging from the current situation, it was obvious that Ning Qi was in conflict with Steward Lin and the old man. However, the tortoise's aura was still present. It was obviously an immortal beast with the cultivation of a perfected golden immortal. Who killed it? When Tong Huan looked at Ning Qi again, there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Tong Huan, his cultivation base. Jing Xian glanced at Tong Huan and transmitted a message. I saw it. Tong Huan nodded solemnly. Ning Qi's cultivation base had also risen from the early golden immortal realm to the intermediate golden immortal realm. More than 20 days ago, Ning Qi was still an early golden immortal realm. Tong Huan was confident that he wouldn't be wrong. The divine ability of Tianyi Immortal Palace that could see through everything wouldn't be wrong so easily. It was a mysterious immortal realm existence that far surpassed them. Otherwise, Ning Qi had made a breakthrough in his realm in the past 20 days. Tong Huan was more inclined to believe the latter, but it also made him very shocked. Could it be that this kid just happened to be stuck at that bottleneck and just happened to break through here? South Sea donkey riding old man? Old dog riding old man? When the South Sea turtle riding old man heard this, he was immediately seething with anger. However, he didn't make a move because Ning Qi's sword just now felt a little familiar to him. At the same time, he couldn't see through it. A mere intermediate golden immortal killed a golden immortal perfect stage immortal pet with a sword. This method wasn't something that ordinary forces and sects could cultivate. Brother Lin, this is your territory. I'll give you face. The South Sea turtle riding old man's face was gloomy as he looked at Steward Lin. In other words, he wanted Steward Lin to deal with this matter. You want to use force on Lakeheart Island? You don't put the Taichu Chamber of Commerce in your eyes? Steward Lin looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. He didn't put Ning Qi in his eyes before, but which immortal who could come to Lakeheart Island to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly didn't know that this was the territory of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? And knowing this, he still dared to use force. He probably had some backing behind him. Does the Taichu Chamber of Commerce have to care about killing a tortoise? It just so happens that I've been craving food lately, and this tortoise is baring its fangs at me since no one seems to be keeping it. Can't I just kill it and make soup out of it? Ning Qi looked at Steward Lin coolly. His words almost sent the South Sea turtle riding old man flying from the top of his head. Who said no one keeps the little tortoise? I've been keeping it for 5 ages. The South Sea turtle riding old man flew into a rage. So you're keeping it? Looks like the tortoise raised by its master is the same. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Haha, there was a soft laugh. Both Steward Lin and the South Sea turtle riding old man turned furiously, only to find that it was Tong Man who was laughing. Moreover, there were 3 other Grand Luos standing beside her, and both turned back. The South Sea turtle riding old man had nowhere to vent his anger, so he simply told Steward Lin, Brother Lin, I want an explanation for this matter. An explanation? Immediately. All right, Brother South Sea. I'll give you an explanation. Steward Lin nodded with a somber expression, and then looked at Ning Qi. Which sect are you from? You must give Brother South Sea an explanation no matter what. Your cultivation is lacking, have your master come. He's an itinerant cultivator. Tong Man's voice rang again. This time, however, Steward Lin and the South Sea turtle riding old man were not angry at all. Instead, they were immeasurably delighted. And here I was wondering where he came from. So, he's just an itinerant cultivator? The South Sea turtle riding old man looked at Ning Qi with slight mockery, breathing a sigh of relief inwardly. Since he was an itinerant cultivator, he would be easy to deal with. Steward Lin clearly thought so as well, and calmly said to Ning Qi, "You'll come with me." "Steward Lin, this matter started because of me and has nothing to do with this young master. Take me with you if you want to." Healy glanced at Ning Qi hesitantly. Seeing that Ning Qi still had a faint smile on his face, she felt a sudden pain in her heart and mustered her courage to look at Steward Lin. From her point of view, Ning Qi was already putting on a strong front in order to save her. How could a golden immortal like him provoke a Grand Luo and a steward of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? "Do you have the right to speak here? Healy, you're getting more and more out of line recently." Steward Lin coldly glanced at Healy, his tone extremely cold. Chapter 2702. By the Lives of Two People? The atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Steward Lin looked at Ning Qi with a fake smile, but a hint of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. When he saw that Ning Qi was only a mid-stage golden immortal, he did not take him seriously. However, after Ning Qi killed the South Sea tortoise riding old man's immortal pet, he felt that Ning Qi might have an extraordinary background. The most important thing he overlooked was that the island was so lively because of the All Heavens talisman. Since this year's Immortal Ascension gathering was being held here, the immortals who could attend the gathering more or less had some background. To put it bluntly, they had a lot of money. What could money do? Steward Lin knew this the best. After all, as the steward of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, he had come into contact with hiring assassins several times. He had even acted as a middleman for others because the Taichu Chamber of Commerce had contact with various forces from all walks of life. Could a golden immortal hire an assassin to kill a Grand Luo? As long as they had enough money, there was no need to consider anything else. Naturally, countless immortals would do it for money. When Jing Li and the others heard Ning Qi's words, they looked at him with suspicion and surprise. Ning Qi's current expression was too calm and did not look like he was boasting. "A joke? You want to hire an assassin to kill me?" The South Sea tortoise riding old man laughed out of anger, then said to Steward Lin, "Brother Lin, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take this kid down." "Brother Lin, if this kid really has a lot of heavenly coins, take him down and we'll split his money. Since you've already offended him, what are you hesitating for? This is your territory. You won't get another chance like this if you miss it," the South Sea tortoise riding old man transmitted again. Steward Lin's eyes flickered slightly, and he took a step back inadvertently. Seeing this, the guards behind him immediately reached out to grab Ning Qi. They had followed Steward Lin for many years and had long developed a tacit understanding. This was Steward Lin's hint for them to attack. Seeing this, Healy subconsciously let out a scream. Then, the guards' heads suddenly flew up, and their headless bodies crashed to the ground. A Grand Luo's bodyguard was at least a full-fledged golden immortal, and none of them were weaker than the tortoise that the South Sea tortoise rode on. And yet, in the blink of an eye, before Steward Lin and the South Sea tortoise rode on even had a clear look, they were already decapitated and dead. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment, and they could not believe it. "This kid's strength is very terrifying. I'm afraid he's on the Golden Immortal list." Tong Huan transmitted his voice to Jing Xian and the other two. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. "Immortal list," gasped Jing Xian, and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Ning Qi changed. How many golden immortals were there in the vast immortal realm? Those who could be ranked on the golden immortal leaderboard were the cream of the crop of the cream of the crop. Ning Luo of Ning Qi grabbed Healy's arm and walked straight out of the small green bamboo building. He was confident that he could kill his way out of the island in the center of the lake before the other party could react. The worst-case scenario was that he wouldn't be able to participate in the Immortal Ascension assembly. Either he didn't care or he did. No one could stop him. It took several breaths of time for Steward Lin and the South Sea turtle-riding old man to react. Seeing Ning Chi about to leave the little green bamboo building, Steward Lin let out an angry roar. His figure flashed and he blocked Ning Chi's path. The commotion here was already quite big, so the residents of the green bamboo building all came out with furrowed brows, wanting to see what was going on for it to be so noisy. Even the immortals passing by outside were attracted here. Someone is causing trouble on Lakeheart Island? Who is so daring? Tomorrow is the Immortal Ascension Assembly. If they cause trouble, wouldn't they lose their qualifications to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? That's not all. I heard that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce never tolerates troublemakers. No matter how powerful their background is, as long as they are not at the level of a celestial lord, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce will not give them any face. You want to leave the island after killing the people of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? No matter what your background is today, you are dead. Steward Lin looked at Ning Chi coldly, but he did not act on his own. It was not only because he was a little wary of Ning Chi's means, but also because the guards who had just died were not personally trained by him, but were trained by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Now that several perfected golden immortals had died, if he killed Ning Chi, he would be punished by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. If he killed Ning Chi, he would be punished by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that things were getting more and more serious, Healy was filled with regret. However, in the midst of regret, there was a trace of emotion that she had never felt before. What happened? A middle-aged man slowly walked over, followed by a group of guards from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. However, the strength of this group of guards was extraordinary. The robes they wore were also different from the guards brought by Steward Lin. Each of them exuded the aura of a perfected golden immortal. As soon as they arrived, the eyes of the nearby immortals suddenly became solemn. Many people recognized the identity of the middle-aged man and were secretly surprised. They did not expect to see this person before the Immortal Ascension Assembly began. Profound immortal? Ning Chi looked at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes slightly. When Steward Lin saw this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man and said, "Steward Lin Bing of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce greets elderly Li." Li nodded lightly, then frowned. "What happened? Why are you shouting? Don't you know that Miss likes peace and quiet?" After a pause, his nose twitched. "There's the smell of blood. Did you guys fight here?" When Steward Lin heard this, he hurriedly pointed at Ning Chi and repeated what happened. Of course, he only mentioned the details that were beneficial to him. As for the fact that the tortoise-riding old man from the South Sea wanted Healy to sleep with him, Steward Lin ignored it. A mid-stage golden immortal killed several golden immortals in the great perfection of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Which family are you from? Didn't your master tell you before you came that the people of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce cannot be killed? After listening, Li looked at Ning Chi and said calmly, "A mid-stage golden immortal killed a golden immortal in the great perfection? And a guard from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? Where did this kid come from? Why is he so fierce? Even I couldn't compare to him when I was young, right? I wonder which family he's from. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. No matter how talented he is, how can he offend the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? Isn't he courting death?" When the nearby immortals heard this, their gazes toward Ning Chi suddenly became complicated. Some were surprised, some were gloating, and of course there were also many young immortals who secretly admired him. "I came to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly as a guest. Your Steward Lin used his position as a steward to bully me. Why can't I do anything? He's already giving face to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce by standing here today. Otherwise..." Chapter 2703. A beam of sword light flashed in the air and then disappeared. Immediately after, the turtle-riding old man, who had been standing at the entrance of the green bamboo building with a gloating expression, suddenly froze. He looked at Ning-Chi with eyes filled with disbelief, regret, unwillingness, and other complex emotions. Then, a bloody slit appeared between his eyebrows. Blood mixed with brain matter slowly flowed out. "It's you," the old man spat out 2 words and fell to the ground dead, following in the footsteps of his tortoise. "What's going on?" Everyone looked at the corpse of the old man in shock. They could not understand how Ning-Chi had killed the old man. From the wound on his glabella, they could tell that he had died under a sword. But how could there be such a sword technique in this world? Steward Lin was shocked and subconsciously retreated behind Li. He looked at Ning-Chi with lingering fear. He didn't expect that this intermediate golden immortal would have such a terrifying swordsmanship. And he was standing so close to an existence that could take his life away at any time, and even talked so much. If it takes a long time? If the other party had killing intent just now, then, thinking of this, the fear in Steward Lin's heart intensified. "Sister, brother-in-law, are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Jingli looked at Jing Xian and Tong Huan in confusion. Tong Man looked at Ning-Chi in shock, unable to believe the scene in front of her. "You're not playing tricks on you." Tong Huan shook his head and glanced at Jing Xian. "You've seen Wei Gangqi before. Can he do this?" Jing Xian looked at Ning-Chi with a complicated expression and shook her head. "I don't know. This young master is actually so powerful." Xiao Lan and the other girls looked at Ning-Chi in disbelief. Healy was the closest to Ning-Chi, so when Ning-Chi attacked, she also sensed it. Immediately after, she saw the old man fall to the ground dead. She was greatly shocked and looked at Ning-Chi with surprise and joy. Ning-Chi glanced at Li indifferently. "Otherwise, this will be your outcome." Li looked at the old man and his expression suddenly turned solemn. "You are itinerant cultivator Wu Yin," Ning-Chi said indifferently. Itinerant cultivator Wu Yin? No one seemed to have heard of this name. Moreover, Wu Yin's name was not on the Golden Immortal list. They immediately realized that this must be a fake name. "Wu Yin?" Li narrowed his eyes. He then grabbed Manager Lin and asked, "What exactly happened?" Steward Lin's face was pale. He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have stood up for the turtle-riding old man. "Elder Li, this matter," Manager Lin stammered. "All right, you can shut up now. You can speak." Li pointed at Healy. Healy was shocked and subconsciously looked at Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi smiled and nodded. Healy suddenly felt confident. Although her words were somewhat incoherent due to her fear, she was still able to make it clear to everyone present. When the crowd learned that the South Sea tortoise-riding old man wanted Healy to sleep with him and that Ning-Chi had helped him, and that Steward Lin had joined forces with the South Sea tortoise-riding old man to suppress Ning-Chi because he was acquainted with the South Sea tortoise-riding old man, they looked at Steward Lin with a hint of schadenfreude. The expressions of the Taichu Chambers guards behind Li changed slightly as well. A hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. Steward Lin shuddered and hurriedly said to Li, "Elderly, that's not what happened. I heard some commotion in the bamboo house and went to check it out. I didn't expect to be deceived by an old friend that I haven't seen for many years. That's why the misunderstanding happened." The crowd watched the scene with a smile. They were well aware of Steward Lin's sophistry. They just had to wait and see how the Taichu Chamber of Commerce would handle this. It was supposed to be a small matter, but it turned out to be such a big deal. The Taichu Chamber of Commerce had lost a few golden immortal guards and a grand heavenly being. It was obvious that there was something wrong with Steward Lin's abilities. Those who recruited him into the Taichu Chamber of Commerce back then would probably be held accountable. "Is that so?" Li ignored Steward Lin and looked at Xiao Lan and the others. Xiao Lan and the others looked at each other and finally mustered the courage to tell him everything that Steward Lin had done over the years. Steward Lin's expression became even more dejected when he heard that. Among the things he had done, a few of them were gifting female cultivators belonging to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce to various grand heavenly immortals. There were even mystic immortals among them. Those who were not in the know would think that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce was currying favor with those people, but in reality, Steward Lin was the only one who benefited. He was using his authority to benefit himself. Why didn't you say anything before? Li Li's expression was ashen. We wouldn't dare. Xiao Lan and the others lowered their heads and whispered. I know. If something like this happens again, just report it at once. Our Taichu Chamber of Commerce is a big business, and it's inevitable that a few parasites would appear. But as long as we report it, those parasites won't be able to do anything. Li Li said flatly. With that, he glanced at Steward Lin, who promptly dropped to his knees before Li Li, crying and begging for mercy. If he was given another chance, he would definitely kill the old man riding the turtle from the very beginning. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would still chase him out of the island at the center of the lake. Who would have thought that just to show off in front of his old friend, not only would he lose his old friend's life, he would also lose his own. Arrest him and await the young lady's judgment. Li Li said flatly. Understood. A group of grand heavenly immortal guards grabbed Li Li like a pack of wolves and tigers, slamming hundreds of seals on his body in an instant before taking him away. Li Li smiled at Ningqi. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Young friend, you've helped the Taichu Chamber of Commerce catch a parasite, so your contributions offset your mistakes. Ningqi smiled. I'm afraid there's someone else above him. Haha, you don't have to worry about that, young friend. Tomorrow is the Immortal Ascension Gathering, so rest well, young friend. After the gathering, please stay on the island for a few days. Li Li smiled. Sure. Ningqi agreed with a smile. After obtaining the golden pill of Immortal Crossing, if there was nothing else he could use in the Immortal Ascension Gathering, Ningqi would leave Bluewater Star before the Immortal Ascension Gathering ended. Farewell. Li Li smiled, turned around, and slowly walked away. At this moment, the immortals nearby all came forward to greet Ningqi. Only a few arcane immortals were more reserved and looked at Ningqi indifferently. Ningqi smiled and dismissed the people who came forward to befriend him, then smiled at Healy. The matter has been resolved, why don't you go back to work? Healy finally reacted and hurriedly thanked him, then looked at Ningqi expectantly. Young master, I wonder if you need a servant girl? I'm very diligent. Chapter 2704. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect Wu Yin to be so powerful. If I were to meet him, after Ningqi left, Jingli couldn't help but sigh. You must not become enemies with him. Tong Huan shook his head with a solemn expression. When Jingli heard this, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The meaning behind Tong Huan's words was obvious. He definitely thought that Jingli, a middle-stage perfected golden immortal, was not a match for Tong Huan. Ningqi strolled around the island for half a day before returning to the little green bamboo tower. Xiao Lan and the other girls were very excited to see Ningqi, but Healy didn't seem to be in the little green bamboo tower. Ningqi casually asked and found out that Healy had been called over by the young mistress Li Li mentioned. Who is that young lady? Could it be the daughter of the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? Ningqi asked curiously. Young Master Wu, you don't know Miss? Lan looked at Ningqi in surprise. It was the same for the other girls. Their gazes were a little strange. How could they not know the person in charge of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and the host of the Immortal Ascension Gathering on Lake Heart Island? Ningqi finally had a better understanding of the young lady they were talking about. Her name was Xing Yue, and her cultivation and background were unknown. All he knew was that she came from the headquarters of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and came to Blue Water Planet 300 or 400 years ago to replace the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's previous arrangements. The branch manager here. Xingyue? Why did Ningqi find this name so familiar? That's right, that year's apricot flower drizzle. After thinking for a while, Ningqi finally came to a realization. He finally understood why he felt that the name Xingyue was so familiar. It was because it was similar to the apricot blossom drizzle from that year. That year, apricot blossom drizzle was very rich. As the manager of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce branch on Blue Mercury Star, Xingyue should also be very rich. Could the two of them be the same person? Or is it just that their names are similar? Ningqi pondered for a while. He felt that when he saw Xingyue, he could try to test her. However, if even he felt this way, others must have already discovered this. Perhaps someone had already tested her before him. The next morning, Ningqi woke up early and walked out of the bamboo house. He found that there was already a sea of people outside, and they were all heading in the same direction. "Brother Wu, you're up quite early." Tong Huan and the other three also stood up and followed behind Ningqi. Jingli was the one who greeted them. "Everyone, you're quite early as well." Ningqi smiled and nodded. Subsequently, both of them chatted about meaningless topics as they followed the stream of people. It wasn't long before they arrived at the deepest part of the island at the center of the lake. An enormous auction house had been set up here by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce a long time ago, and it was sufficient to accommodate 1 million people. The seats were divided into Primordial Zone, Profound Immortal Zone, and Grand Immortal Zone. As for human immortals, earthly immortals, heavenly immortals, and golden immortals, they weren't divided. If such existences really came to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly, they could sit in the Grand Immortal Zone. Ningqi found a random seat in the Daluo district and sat down. He looked forward and saw that there were 10 seats in the Tai district. This meant that there were as many as 10 Tai genuine immortals in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's opinion. As the crowd entered, time passed. The originally empty Tai zone was now occupied by 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men. These 3 Tai genuine immortals seemed to have become the protagonists of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. No matter who it was, everyone was secretly looking at them. "I didn't expect the Azure Mystic Enlightened Master to also come. I heard that one of the profound Azure Mansion's geniuses died in the Ancestral Star." Silence. Tong Huan gave Jingli a stern look. Ningqi's seat was not far from Jingli's group of 4. He glanced at Jingli and then looked at the 3 Tai genuine immortals in front of him. One of them was wearing a green robe, his hair casually draped over his shoulder, and only half of his face could be seen. Ningqi took a look at the man's status panel and confirmed that he was the profound Azure Mansion's mansion lord, Li Si's father. Speaking of which, this guy was Little Six's #1 enemy, and now he was also Ningqi's enemy. Ningqi didn't expect to see him in this Immortal Ascension Assembly. As for the other 2, their status panel didn't mention their sex, so they were probably lone cultivators. If a lone cultivator could reach the level of Tai, then they must be top figures among the lone cultivators. The female Tai's name was Qi Xuezhen, and the male Tai's name was Shi Chengchun. Ningqi saw their real names, but he didn't know if they used these 2 names in the immortal realm. Other than that, Ningqi also saw a familiar face, Wei Gongqi, who was the #1 on the list of golden immortals. He seemed to have come with his sect elders, and he was sitting in the profound immortal area. "Ah! Azure Mystic Enlightened Master, Lady Qi, Tao Enlightened Master, you 3 are quite early." A loud and clear laughter rang out. Immediately after, everyone felt a heavy aura descend from the sky. They all looked up and saw a bare-chested bald middle-aged man walking through the air. The muscles on his body were bulging, and every move he made caused his blood to surge. Tao Enlightened Master Jiao. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked at the bald middle-aged man with a hint of fear. "Tao Enlightened Master Jiao, I was wondering why you didn't come to this Immortal Ascension assembly. The Azure Mystic Enlightened Master said calmly. Qi Shuezhen smiled, but she didn't say anything. Shi Chengchun looked at Dao Enlightened Master Jiao with hostility. Ning Qi was surprised. Shi Chengchun should be the Dao Enlightened Master Jiao that Dao Enlightened Master Jiao was talking about. There seemed to be some animosity between them. Otherwise, why would they show hostility so easily? Everyone knows that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce has good stuff, and it's rare for the Immortal Ascension assembly to be held on Blue Water Planet. How could I not come? I was delayed by some things, so I only got back to Blue Water Planet yesterday. Dao Enlightened Master Jiao touched his bald head and laughed. He seemed to only talk to the Azure Mystic Enlightened Master and Qi Shuezhen. He only called out to Dao Enlightened Master Qi at the beginning, and then he treated him like he was invisible. Because there were Tai perfected immortals present, no one dared to speak. Only Dao Enlightened Master Jiao and the others could be heard. After a while, it seemed like everyone who had come to participate in the Ascension of Immortals assembly had arrived, so a light blue curtain of light rose from all directions. Some people were bewildered, but when they saw that Daoist Jiao and the others didn't care, they let out a sigh of relief. The light blue light screen quickly covered the entire area. Li Li, who Ning Qi had seen before, suddenly appeared and walked to the high platform in front of everyone. Chapter 2705. When everyone heard Li Li's words, many people looked surprised. Many of the immortals who came to participate in the Immortal Ascension assembly were the same as Ning Qi. It was their first time participating in an offline Immortal Ascension assembly. In the past, the Immortal Ascension assembly was directly held on the All Heavens Forum. They didn't expect that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce would be responsible for holding it offline this time. The Immortal Ascension assembly actually had an intranet that could isolate other users of the All Heaven Talismans. Most of the immortals who possessed the celestial talismans had a pretty good understanding of the All Heavens network. After all, the celestial talismans had been around for thousands of years. However, unlike the age of the Internet on Earth, many immortals didn't systematically learn basic knowledge due to their different views since they were young. Although they had some concept of the Internet in their eyes, it was still an existence similar to a giant formation. Therefore, except for the All Heaven Talisman, apart from the founder of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, no one had invented a second network. Thus, when they learned that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce possessed an intranet that seemed to transcend the heavenly network, they were naturally extremely shocked. This meant that the relationship between the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and the entity behind the All Heaven Talisman had reached a whole new level. At the very least, it was much better than the other three chambers of commerce. After the Immortal Ascension gathering, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's position in the All Heavens Forum would definitely rise by a level. Everyone could completely imagine how much benefit this would bring to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. After all, the transaction volume on the All Heavens network was extremely shocking. The offline share was much lower. The Taichu Chamber of Commerce was able to make a name for itself and suppress the other three chambers of commerce. All the users of the All Heaven Talismans would be able to see the strength of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. It would naturally be of great help to their business. Looks like the Taichu Chamber of Commerce is really aggressive this time. Look, those Xian immortals seem to be from the other three chambers of commerce. Their faces are a little ugly. After this Immortal Ascension gathering, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce will probably become the leader of the four great chambers of commerce. How could they not be anxious? Only Venerable Jiao and the other three looked at Li Li calmly. Li Li looked at the crowd with a smile. After about a dozen breaths, he continued with a smile. In order to celebrate the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's first offline Immortal Ascension Assembly, we have spent a great deal of manpower and material resources to obtain a treasure that is enough to make Senior Tai go crazy. It will be the finale of the auction and will be auctioned on the last day. Please wait patiently. A treasure that even Senior Primordial Unity is crazy about. What is it? Could it be a top-grade Tao artifact? The Taichu Chamber of Commerce has a supreme-grade Tao artifact? That shouldn't be possible, right? Even if such a great weapon appeared in the world, it would be taken by the immortal monarch. How could it have fallen into the hands of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? As long as the news is leaked, there will be immortal monarchs coming to ask for it, right? All the immortals present looked at Lili in shock and murmured in their hearts. They were secretly guessing whether the treasure that Lili was talking about was a magic treasure or a spiritual herb or a pill. Interesting. Venerable Flood Dragon glanced at the Azure Mystic's spiritual master and the others with a faint smile. Even I, a Grand Unity, would go crazy over it. Could it be a supreme-grade Tao artifact? Other than a top-grade Tao artifact, I don't think there's anything in this world that can make me go crazy, right? Tao Master Yongzi sneered and ignored Tao Master Jiao. However, he looked at Lili with a grave expression. This seriousness was not directed at Lili, but at the Taichu Chamber of Commerce behind him. A mere Xian immortal naturally had the confidence to say such words. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master and Qi Shuezhen looked at each other and then at Tao Master Jiao. None of them spoke, but the atmosphere between the four of them became a little heavy. Next, I will be hosting the Immortal Ascension Assembly for the first 9 days. The first treasure of the day will be the Golden Pill of Immortal Crossing, a low-grade 8th stage Golden Pill of Immortal Crossing. Lili smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, an immortal from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce walked onto the stage with a tray in his hands. On the tray was a porcelain bottle brimming with spirit qi and a trace of a forbidden aura. Ning Qi was a little surprised, but he saw that the immortals around him were relatively calm, as if they had expected this. It was obvious that the previous Immortal Ascension Assembly had taken out an item that people would fight over at the beginning of the auction to get off to a good start. Tong Huan shook Jing Xian's hand excitedly when she saw the porcelain bottle. She said in a low voice, "This time, I asked my master to borrow a lot of heavenly coins. I will definitely get these 2 golden pills of Immortal Crossing for you. The Grand Unity Seniors won't be interested in such a golden pill. At their level, the golden pill of Immortal Crossing is useless, so our chances are very high. Husband, just do your best. It's fine if you can't get it, I believe there will be a chance to break through the bottleneck." Jing Xian transmitted her voice with a smile. Tong Huan nodded, his gaze still fixed on the porcelain bottle. There were many immortals like him among the grand heavenly immortals. After all, the golden pill of Immortal Crossing could allow grand heavenly immortals to directly ascend a level. It could be said that almost all the grand heavenly immortals present were here for the golden pill of Immortal Crossing. There were not many Xian immortals who were interested in the golden pill of Immortal Crossing. To them, the effects of the golden pill of Immortal Crossing were much, much smaller. It did not help much in breaking through bottleneck. There were many other pills with similar effects, but they were only at the 7th level or even the 6th level. The golden pill of Immortal Crossing, on the other hand, had the effect of allowing those below the grand heavenly Immortal Crossing to directly break through a bottleneck. It was an 8th stage inferior Immortal Crossing, and its price and benefits were not proportional to profound immortals. Lili could not help but smile faintly when he saw that the atmosphere in the hall was quickly heating up. The next Immortal Ascension Assembly would definitely be incredibly intense. 8th stage inferior Immortal Crossing Golden Pill of Immortal Crossing. I believe I don't need to introduce its effects. Those below grand heavenly immortals will ascend by a small level. Although it cannot directly ascend a major level, it is still of great help. That is why the starting price is 800,000 heavenly coins. Each increment must be no less than 50,000 heavenly coins. Since everyone is already on the intranet, All you have to do is bid with the heavenly talisman, and your bid will be displayed on the intranet. 800,000 heavenly coins? Many immortals gasped. Although the immortals who came here more or less had some background and were much wealthier than their peers in the outside world, they were still shocked by the price. 800,000 heavenly coins. If they were lucky, they could buy 4 low-grade Tao artifacts of excellent quality with just 800,000 heavenly coins. That's it. Chapter 2706. After Li announced the start of the auction, there was silence for a few breaths before someone started bidding. The price of each bid, along with the username from the heavenly talisman, would appear in the air above the podium like a projection. Little Yellow Flower, 850,000. Proud Lone Wolf, 900,000. Many immortals turned to look at one of the great Luo golden immortals. The demonic chi around him was too thick, and his face was ferocious like a wolf. Among those present, he was the only one who matched the name. That great Luo was expressionless, but his face twitched a few times as if he was regretting his decision. The username: Faint Moon Like Smoke, 1,500,000. Another name appeared in the air, and this time, the other party had directly raised the price of the golden pill of immortal ascension to 1,500,000. Many Grand Luo looked resentful and gave up on bidding. They had already prepared a considerable amount of heavenly coins, which amounted to over 1 million. With such wealth, they would be considered among the best of their peers, but it was a pity that the beings participating in the Immortal Ascension Assembly were not insignificant, and there was no way they would be able to take advantage of them. Hence, they could only set their sights on the items later. Even so, a price of 1,500,000 heavenly coins was not that high for an 8th-grade inferior-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, the golden pill of immortal ascension was of great help to every great Luo present, with the exception of perfected great Luo golden immortals. Therefore, someone immediately made another bid. Lonely Eagle, 1,800,000. Cold Blade, 2 million. A Gust of Wind, 2,500,000. A Gust of Wind, 2,600,000. A Gust of Wind, 2,800,000. Everyone noticed that there were two fellows who seemed to be going at it, raising the price every time someone made a bid, and soon, the price had reached a whopping 3 million heavenly coins. That price was enough to buy a mid-grade sage item of slightly inferior quality, which was why many great Luo had no choice but to give up and stare at those two enviously. The names kept appearing in the air one after another. Brother-in-law. Jingli looked worriedly at Tong Huan. He knew that Tong Huan had brought them to the Immortal Ascension Assembly for the golden pill of immortal ascension, but he had not seen his brother-in-law make a bid until now. He could not help but worry as he did not know how many heavenly coins his brother-in-law had prepared. It's still not good enough. I've calculated that a peak golden pill of crossing immortal is worth around 4 million heavenly coins. As long as we can get one, we'll leave tomorrow. Tong Huan shook his head slightly, but his hands couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Clearly, he didn't have much confidence in this auction. If he could prepare 5 million heavenly coins, his confidence would increase a lot. Who is this wisp of breeze? If I find out, I'll break your legs. One of the Grand Luo held the heavenly talisman in his hand. While his expression was calm, there was a hint of sweat on his forehead. At the same time, another Grand Luo, who was extremely far away from him, had the same expression. 8 million, I wonder if these two are profound immortal seniors. Most Grand Luo wouldn't be able to afford such a price, would they? Sigh, I came here for the Immortal Crossing golden pill. I didn't expect. I'm just fooling myself. I've thought it through before I came. There's basically no hope for the Immortal Crossing golden pill, and I can only wait and see if there are any 6th-grade medicinal pills that could help with bottlenecks later on. Perhaps I could fight for it, Almost all the Grand Luo present were looking around, as if trying to find the two who kept raising the price. That was when a name that had never made a bid appeared in the air. A heart of tenderness, 4 million. 4 million. That's already the peak of the Immortal Crossing golden pill, isn't it? Wouldn't it be at least 5 million if it goes higher? Everyone fell silent when they saw the price, and then became a little expectant to see if the price would go higher. Since they couldn't buy it, they naturally didn't want others to be able to do so easily. At the very least, they would have to spend 5 or 6 million heavenly coins to feel better. Whether it was 4 million to buy the Immortal Crossing golden pill or 5 million, it would actually be a loss. With this amount of heavenly coins, as long as they waited patiently, they would always be able to find other ways to use a third or even less of the heavenly coins to achieve the same effect as the Immortal Crossing golden pill. After all, none of the Grand Luo present were fools. Their aptitudes were considered top-notch even in the vast immortal realm. It was just a minor boundary, and as long as they worked hard and matched it with some precious resources and elixirs, it was not too difficult for them to make a breakthrough. A heart of tenderness bids 4 million. Is there any higher bid? After waiting for a few breaths and seeing that no one else was bidding, Li, who had been silent all this while, spoke with a smile. Although the price of 4 million was less than what he had hoped for, it was not too low either. It was a good start, which was why he was very satisfied. Jing Li and the other two were very nervous, but they did their best to keep their expressions calm so that no one would notice anything amiss. After all, they knew that the name A Heart of Tenderness was Tong Huan's heavenly talisman username. After bidding, Tong Huan was not as nervous as before, and his expression was much more relaxed. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would only bid once. He would use all the heavenly coins he had brought to exchange for the Immortal Crossing golden pill. Even if he did not succeed, he would not have any regrets. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the air. When the crowd saw this, they knew that someone was about to bid. A look of disappointment flashed in Tong Huan's eyes. He felt his hand tighten. He looked at Jing Xian, only to see Jing Xian smiling at him. Tong Huan had a bitter smile on his face. It's him. He's here for the Immortal Ascension gathering too? Looks like he earned quite a lot from selling the primordial Dao pills the last time he offered such a price. Where did this person come from? His registration date doesn't seem to be that long. It's only been 200 or 300 years. Many Grand Luo, including mystic immortals, looked around in search of the bidder. A line of words appeared in the air. The king sent me to patrol the mountains. 5 million. There was a smile on Ning Qi's face. Many gazes swept past him. Some paused for a moment, but they quickly changed their target. Clearly, they did not suspect that he was the one sent by the king to patrol the mountains. They paused because Ning Qi had killed the tortoise-riding old man from the South Sea with a single sword strike. Chapter 2707. 5 million heavenly coins. Tong Huan had completely given up. He was also familiar with the person whom the king had sent him to patrol the mountain. He had seen the post in the black market and guessed that this person must be extremely wealthy. He did not expect this person to come to the Immortal Ascension gathering today. However, he did not understand why such a person would bid 5 million for the golden pill of Immortal Crossing. Usually, people with such wealth were at least Xian immortals and above. Unless he's a zenith heavenly immortal. Tong Huan's eyes scanned the surroundings like an eagle. He wanted to see if he could find this person. If he could, he might have a chance to get the golden pill of Immortal Crossing. 500. Li Li's lips curled up slightly when he saw the name and the price. He smiled at the crowd. This fellow Taoist bids 5 million. Is there a higher bid? After 7 or 8 breaths, seeing that no one was bidding, Li Li laughed. Congratulations to the king for sending me to patrol the mountain and winning the first golden pill of immortal crossing. Please transfer the coins to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's official account on the intranet. Intranet's official account? Ning Qi's divine will moved slightly. Sure enough, he saw a name pinned at the top of the intranet. The name was Blue Silver Planet Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Lili received the message immediately after the transfer of 5 million heavenly coins. At the same time, he sent a reply through the public account. After the Immortal Ascension gathering, they will use the All-Heaven Talisman's descent technique to deliver the pill? No processing fee? The All-Heaven Talisman and Taichu Chamber of Commerce are indeed working closely together. Ning Qi murmured to himself. As for whether the Taichu Chamber of Commerce would go against their conscience and take the pills, Ning Qi wasn't too worried. There was no reason for such a large Chamber of Commerce to ruin its reputation over such a small amount of all-heaven coins. On the contrary, this action could ensure the safety of most people present. Even if they were robbed midway, they would not suffer too great a loss. Next is the second golden pill of Immortal Crossing. The starting price is also 800,000. Please bid. Lili smiled. As this was the second golden pill of Immortal Crossing, the price would definitely be higher than the first. The first one was already sold at a high price of 5 million. Most people did not have much confidence in the second one. After a series of bids, Tong Huan bid 4 million again. He just wanted to try his luck. A breeze. 4.5 million. Cold blade. 5 million. The king sent me to patrol the mountains. 6 million. 6 million? Is this guy crazy? What kind of loss is he going to make? Could it be that he bought the golden pill of crossing immortal for someone who had no chance of breaking through? As long as his aptitude isn't too bad, how many pills can he buy with 6 million heavenly coins? Could it be someone hired by the Immortal Ascension Assembly? Someone couldn't help but mutter. Many auctions had similar examples. Ning Qi's bid was unusual, so it was inevitable for them to be suspicious. However, someone immediately retorted. No one would be so unprofessional. Once such a price was called out, there would definitely be very few people following the price, or even none. Even if it was a scammer, they would not dare to call out such a brazen price. He was clearly someone who did not lack money. Adding the 5 million from last time and the 6 million this time, the total was 11 million. Even Taoist Jiao and the other primordial immortals were attracted by this. They looked around as if they wanted to see who the king sent them to patrol the mountain was. Who could take out 11 million coins so easily? Don't tell me it's one of your disciples? Taoist Jiao looked at the three of them suspiciously. My disciples don't need the golden pill of crossing immortal to increase their cultivation, Taoist Jiao said proudly. My disciples don't need the golden pill of crossing immortal to increase their cultivation. Qi Xuezhen smiled and did not say anything. Taoist Yi looked at Taoist Jiao mockingly and said, We human cultivators have better aptitude than you demons, let alone my disciple. I think it's possible that the ancient Flood Dragon clan is fighting over the 2 golden pills of crossing immortal. Demons are often stuck at bottlenecks. Many people in the immortal realm know about this. I, Taoist Jiao, am not as sneaky as you humans. If I wanted the golden pill of crossing immortal, who would dare to bid against me? Taoist Jiao grinned, but his words were very domineering. Taoist Jiao was right. They knew that Taoist Jiao's all-heaven talisman had the same name as his real body. If he made a bid, no one would dare to bid against him except for the three of them. Furthermore, the three of them were not interested in the golden pill of crossing immortal. He would spend money to fight and offend others for no reason. Either this person has too much money and nowhere to spend it, or he needs to consume the immortal crossing golden pill. He should be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master said indifferently. It is indeed possible. Sword Master Qi nodded. At this time, the auction had been silent for a long time. Seeing that no one was bidding anymore, Lily smiled and said, "Congratulations to the king for sending me to patrol the mountain and obtaining the second golden pill of crossing immortal. 5 million plus 6 million, Ning Qi spent 11 million in one go, leaving him with 24 million. Ning Qi didn't make any more bids in the following auctions, because the items after the golden pill of crossing immortal weren't that expensive, and they weren't that useful to Ning Qi. Usually, 1 or 2 million heavenly coins was the peak of the auction. Not only were the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals relieved, but some of the Xian Immortals also heaved a sigh of relief. They guessed that Ning Qi must have used up all of his heavenly coins. With one less competitor, they would have a better chance. Jing Li's expression was a bit ugly. He knew that Tong Huan had put aside her pride and borrowed a lot of heavenly coins in the sect. She had made ample preparations, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to obtain even one golden pill of crossing immortal. His sister's cultivation would be stuck at the late Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal level for many years. Tong Huan was unwilling to give up. She looked around, trying to determine which Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal the king had sent her to patrol the mountain. On the other side of the auction, in a luxurious palace, a woman was lazily lying on her side on a bench draped with some kind of immortal beast's fur. She held a all-heaven talisman in her hand. This guy also came to the Immortal Ascension gathering. He has taken so many heavenly coins from me over the years. It seems that he might have to return them all to me. Xing Yue looked at the all-heaven talisman and chuckled. She could clearly see every movement of the Immortal Ascension gathering through her all-heaven talisman. However, even she couldn't use the intranet to determine which one was Ning Qi. When the all-heaven talisman was first created, privacy was very important. Otherwise, as long as there were a few incidents of exposure, the users of the all-heaven talisman would inevitably decline. Chapter 2708 Extreme Flame Essence, sold for 300,000 heavenly coins. Heavenly Sacred Ganoderma, sold for 500,000 heavenly coins. After the golden pill of transcending immortal, most of the auction items were rare spiritual materials for refining or alchemy. Their prices were not as high as the golden pill of transcending immortal, but they were not things that ordinary people could buy. Almost every item was worth more than a low-grade Dao tool. On the first day, Ning Qi did not bid. Including the golden pill of transcending immortal, there were more than 80 items being auctioned. On the second day, there were fewer items being auctioned. There were only 60 items being auctioned. The main reason was that the value of the items was high and there were more people competing for them. Every item took longer to be auctioned than on the first day. As time passed, the items being auctioned became better and better. On the 8th day, the atmosphere was at its peak. On this day, there were 13 mid-grade Dao tools being auctioned. The price of each mid-grade Dao tool was not lower than the golden pill of transcending immortal. Pill. Many immortals were excited. They knew that from this day onwards, the essence of the Immortal Ascension gathering would be revealed. Taoist Dragon and the other 3 primordial unity experts did not bid. Ning Qi, on the other hand, did not bid any more. On the morning of the 9th day, everyone rushed to the venue of the Immortal Ascension gathering. On the way out, Ning Qi met Tong Huan and the other 3. "Brother Wu, did you buy a lot of good things these days?" Jing Li asked curiously after greeting each other with a smile. Jing Xian looked at Jing Li and said, "Don't ask about others without permission." Ning Qi smiled. "I bought some small things, not worth mentioning. This Immortal Ascension gathering is a gathering of heroes and seniors. With my wealth, how could I buy anything good?" Jing Li nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, especially the golden pill of transcending immortal on the first day. Usually, the highest price is 4 million heavenly coins in the black market. This time, it was sold at 5 million, 6 million. I don't know what that idiot was thinking. He lost 3 million heavenly coins for nothing, harming others without benefiting himself. Jingli, don't talk nonsense. Tong Huan immediately reprimanded him and then smiled at Ning Qi. This guy is a little free and easy. Brother Wu, please don't be offended. Although he had never thought that Jing Li would be the king who sent him to patrol the mountain, if Jing Li's words were accidentally heard by the other, he would have made an enemy for no reason. Wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Jing Li laughed dryly. Brother-in-law, am I wrong? Listen to your brother-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you know where you are? Jing Xian frowned. When Jing Li saw his sister's attitude, he immediately shut his mouth. However, he still had a trace of resentment towards the person who bought the golden pill of crossing immortal. Ning Qi smiled indifferently and said, Indeed, that guy either has a screw loose or he has too much money to burn. Jing Li's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that Ning Qi was a lot more pleasing to the eye. Tong Huan's expression also softened. Tong Man, who had been silently sizing up Ning Qi, got rid of that ridiculous thought in her heart. Although this guy's swordsmanship was a little terrifying, from his words, she could tell that it was definitely not the king who sent him to patrol the mountain. I can see that it's definitely not that king who sent me to patrol the mountain. Otherwise, how could an existence that can take out so many heavenly coins slander himself? But she never thought that Ning Qi had too much money to burn. To him, earning heavenly coins was too easy. So what if he spent a few million more? As long as he could achieve his goal, even if it was 35 million heavenly coins, he would spend it without blinking. This time, Jing Li's group of 4 chatted with Ning Qi as they arrived at the Immortal Ascension Assembly. The 5 of them naturally sat in a row. Brother Wu, there was a mid-grade Dao artifact yesterday. Today, there will be a high-grade Dao artifact, but I'm afraid no one is richer than the 4 seniors. Today, the high-grade Dao artifact will surely fall into their pocket. Jing Li smiled at Ning Qi. That's right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and glanced at the 4 people in front of him. These 4 were Grand Immortals. Not only did they participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly with the juniors, but they also didn't make any moves in the past 8 days. Obviously, they knew that there would be something they wanted today. The probability of a high-grade Dao artifact appearing was very high. To Grand Immortals, one could never have too many high-grade Dao artifacts. Having one more high-grade Dao artifact would have a significant effect on increasing one's combat strength. However, the price of a high-grade Dao artifact was not a small matter. Even if Ning Qi had 24 million heavenly coins, he knew that he had no chance. Today, everyone would become an audience, watching the scene of the 4 Grand Immortals fighting for high-grade Dao artifacts. Everyone looked at Li Li ascending the high platform with anticipation. Then, Li Li smiled at everyone. Today is the 9th day of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Tomorrow is the last day. I believe everyone is looking forward to what kind of hidden treasure will appear on the last day. However, this will only be revealed tomorrow. Today's hidden treasure is also extraordinary. Xiaoku, if there are any interested Dao friends, feel free to bid. Although the crowd heard Li Li's nonsense, they were not impatient at all. Instead, they looked forward to tomorrow even more. After Li Li finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and a person walked onto the platform with a long sword. The moment the long sword appeared, Daoist Jiao and the other 3 looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with seriousness, and there was even a hint of enmity. It's here. This long sword must be a high-grade Dao artifact. I have never seen such a rich Dao aura before. Everyone was excited. This sword is called the 5-colored sword. It is a high-grade Dao artifact that 5-colored True Lord used to dominate the celestial realm. The starting price is 30 million heavenly coins. Everyone, please bid. Li Li said with a smile. 5-colored True Lord's 5-colored sword? How did the Taichu Chamber of Commerce obtain it? 5-colored True Lord has been missing for dozens of years. Could it be that he was killed by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce? The immortals who knew about 5-colored True Lord were shocked. However, most of the immortals did not know that 5-colored True Lord was a famous existence even among Tai True immortals. As expected of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce, you were even able to obtain the 5-colored old man's 5-colored sword. That old man couldn't have been killed by you, right? If that's the case, I have to thank you all. After looking at the 5-colored sword for a while, Venerable Jiao suddenly laughed. His laughter was like rolling thunder. 5-colored old man has a grudge against me. I want this 5-colored sword. The 3 of you should not fight with me over it. What do you think? Chapter 2709. What a joke! Since the high-grade Tao artifact has appeared, then it will depend on our own abilities. Do you really think that we should not snatch it just because you say so? What a great honor! Tao Master Qi sneered. With a smile on her face, Qi Xuezhen did not say anything, but she did not agree either. After all, even for a primordial unity genuine immortal, a high-grade Taoist artifact was an extremely rare treasure. Now that she had come across one, there was no reason for her to give it up. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master looked at Li Li. How many superior grade Tao artifacts did you get today? Li Li smiled and said, there are a total of 9 types of auction items today, 3 of which are high-grade Tao tools. In other words, there are only 3 high-grade Tao artifacts left. Then the 4 of us might not have enough. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master looked at Spiritual Master Jiao and smiled. Venerable Flood Dragon glanced at Venerable Qi coldly and snorted. All right, let's see who's capable then. I'll show you the power of the ancient Flood Dragon clan. After a pause, he said, 70 million. Unlike the others, Taoist Jiao didn't use the All-Heaven Talisman to bid. With his strength, there was no need for him to hide his identity. Who would dare to rob him in his territory on Blue Water Planet? Even a middle-stage primordial unity genuine celestial would have to think twice before coming here. 70 million, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they were already mentally prepared, they were still shocked and envious when they heard the amount of all heaven coins. If only I had 70 million heavenly coins, Jing Li muttered to himself, as if imagining the beautiful future after he had 70 million heavenly coins. 5-colored old man, this 5-colored sword has been with him for so many years. Aren't you ashamed to call it out for a mere 70 million? Sage Qi sneered and immediately shouted, I bid 80 million heavenly coins. When everyone saw that he had suddenly raised the price by 10 million, they were instantly envious. This difference was almost enough to buy the 2 immortal crossing golden pills from the first day. Qi Xuezhen, 83 million. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master said, 85 million. Sage Qi said, 90 million. Every time they made a bid, the immortals present could feel their hearts tremble uncontrollably. Venerable Jiao sneered. It seems like all of you want to compete with me. Alright, I'll pay 100 million universe coins. 100 million universe coins. How many mid-grade Tao artifacts can I buy with that? Jing Li mumbled to himself. After the price of the 5-colored sword was pushed to 100 million, Qi Xuezhen and the other 2 suddenly became silent. However, the atmosphere of the Immortal Ascension Assembly had reached an unprecedented fanaticism. Taoist Jiao bids 100 million heavenly coins. Is there a higher bid? After waiting for 3 breaths, seeing that no one was bidding, Li Li finally spoke with a smile. There are 2 more high-grade Tao artifacts down there. You can have this one. Spiritual Master Game said bitterly. Qi Xuezhen and the Azure Profound Spiritual Master seemed to be the same as him. They didn't want to bid anymore. Seeing this, Li Li immediately slammed the gavel, and the 5-colored sword was sold for 100 million universe coins. Although Daoist Jiao had obtained the 5-colored sword, his expression was not very good. This was because the 5-colored sword's quality was not too high. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to buy it for 90 million heavenly coins. However, he had spent 100 million heavenly coins, which was 10 million more than the normal price. The heavenly coins have passed. Give me the sword. Daoist Jiao held the heavenly talisman in his hand and operated it for a while. Li Li smiled, took the 5-colored sword, and respectfully handed it over to Daoist Jiao. Daoist Jiao was a Tai perfected immortal and a local tyrant of Blue Water Star, so he didn't need to hide his identity. Thus, he didn't need to wait until he left Blue Water Star like everyone else. Daoist Jiao held the 5-colored sword and looked at it for a while. After he was 100% sure that it was the 5-colored True Lord's personal item, he felt better and put it away in his summer ring. At that moment, Daoist Jiao smiled at Daoist Jiao and said, "Congratulations. You spent 100 million universe coins to buy a high-grade Dao artifact. We are indeed not as good as the ancient Flood Dragon clan." Daoist Jiao looked at him coldly. "Do you want to fight me?" "Sure." Daoist Jiao nodded with a faint smile. He wasn't afraid at all. "Don't let such a small matter affect the harmony between the two of you." Daoist Jiao smiled and tried to persuade them. Daoist Jiao snorted and didn't say anything else. Although he wouldn't become poor after spending 100 million universe coins, he wouldn't sell the rest of the items. After all, the main item of the Immortal Ascension Gathering was going to be auctioned tomorrow. Even with his status, he didn't know about it beforehand. He didn't know what the main item of the Immortal Ascension Gathering was, but the 10 chairs prepared for Tai perfected immortals wouldn't be enough for them to sit on. The second item was not a high-grade Dao artifact. Instead, it was a 10-meter-tall muscular man. He expressionlessly walked onto the platform and stood there quietly. However, all the immortals present could sense a very dangerous aura coming from this muscular man. What is this? Immortal beast? Monster? Jing Li's eyes flashed with a golden light. It seemed like he was about to use some kind of magical power. Then, he gasped and said, "Puppet!" Tong Huan nodded. "That's right. This is indeed a puppet, and it's not an ordinary puppet. Its battle power is at least equivalent to a perfected mysterious immortal. A puppet equivalent to a perfected mysterious immortal." Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Even if the price of this puppet was not as high as a high-grade Dao artifact, it would not be too far off. Today's auction items should all be of such high value. "Everyone, this is a puppet that has been passed down for countless years. I heard that it was created before the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. It was created by the Mo clan, which was the most proficient in puppet techniques among the ancient immortal clans. At its peak, it was definitely not weaker than an ordinary Tai perfected immortal," Li Li said with a smile. Then, he deliberately glanced at Venerable Jiao and the other 3 immortals. The expressions of the 4 immortals changed instantly, just like the other immortals. A puppet not weaker than an early-stage Tai perfected immortal? There's actually such a puppet in this world? Many Xian immortals gasped. In the current celestial world, puppet techniques were only considered minor. Puppets were not magic treasures, so they were not classified as immortal artifacts or Dao artifact. They could only be classified according to their battle power. The strongest puppets they knew were only at the early-stage mysterious immortal level, as expected of the ancient immortal clans. If they hadn't gone astray and led the demons here, the celestial world would have been much more lively today. Many immortals could not help but sigh. Chapter 27:10. Seriously damaged? Everyone came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Taichu Chamber of Commerce would not auction it if it was a primordial unity puppet. At this level, the more primordial unity a force had, the more powerful it would be. If I had the money, I would definitely buy it. It would be equivalent to having a perfect profound immortal guard, and I wouldn't have to worry about betrayal. Brother Wu, am I right? Jingli was a little excited, as if he was really rich. Yes, I would buy it even if I had the money. Ning Qi nodded. He agreed with Jing Li's idea. Even though he had many trump cards, as long as the silver dragon tattoo did not move, an early profound immortal would be enough to make Ning Qi suffer. If he could get his hands on such a puppet, as long as he did not provoke primordial unity perfected immortals in the celestial realm, he would basically be invincible. Let's go. However, Li Li's words from before had imperceptibly raised the value of this puppet. At its peak, it was at the primordial immortal realm. Even though it was damaged, it was still sufficient to arouse the interest of the 4 primordial immortals present here. The final price would surely far exceed that of an ordinary perfection stage mysterious immortal realm puppet. Each increment must be no less than 200,000 all heaven coins. Everyone, please make your bids. Li Li laughed heartily. After saying that, someone immediately started bidding. The starting price was raised from 10 million to 18 million. This price was much higher than even the best mid-grade Dao artifact. Higanchuanxiu, 19 million. 3,000 guests intoxicated flowers, 19,500,000. Dyed rivers in ink, 21 million. The other Grand Luo could only watch on in endless envy. Naturally, there were Grand Luo amongst the bidders as well. After all, those who could participate in the Immortal Ascension assembly would more or less have some background, and it was not unusual for there to be a few who were hiding their strength. Even so, most of the bidders were profound immortals. Venerable Jiao glanced at Qi Xuezhen and the other 2 and said, 25 million all heaven coins. The crowd immediately fell silent. Many profound immortals looked at each other and gave up on bidding. However, Higanchuanxiu, 26 million. Who is so bold? Even Venerable Jiao would not be able to find out who is bidding. If I had that many all heaven coins, I would fight for it too. But I'm still impressed. Venerable Jiao coldly turned his head and looked around. None of the immortals dared to look him in the eye, so they all lowered their heads and sneered. Venerable Jiao said, 28 million. This price seemed to be beyond what Bian Chuanxiu could offer, so he didn't make another bid even after a long time. Qi Xuezhen and the other 2 looked at each other and didn't make a bid either. Even though they wanted to study this puppet that had been passed down since ancient times, even the Taichu Chamber of Commerce couldn't repair it. He didn't have the confidence to repair it. Rather than spending tens of millions of heavenly coins to buy something useless to him, he might as well keep it. After all, he still had 2 high-grade Dao artifacts. The foundation of your ancient Flood Dragon clan is indeed admirable. To think that you're willing to spend 28 million to purchase such useless trash. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Dao Master Qi smiled faintly. Venerable Flood Dragon looked at him coldly and said, if you can walk out of the Great Void Realm after this Immortal Ascension assembly ends, I will admit defeat. Dao Master Qi's expression changed slightly, and a hint of regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. However, he didn't show any weakness on the surface. Alright, let's bet on it. Let's see if I can walk out of the Great Void Realm, hee. The Blue Mystic Spiritual Master and Qi Xuezhen didn't plan on trying to persuade him anymore. There was already enmity between them, and Dao Master Qi kept mocking him. If they tried to persuade him again, they were afraid that Dao Master Qi would hold a grudge against them. Seeing that no one was bidding, Li Li quickly put down the gavel and handed a jade talisman to Spiritual Master Jiao. Spiritual Master Jiao held the jade talisman and closed his eyes. After 3 breaths, he opened his eyes again. He didn't seem to make any movements, but the strong man on the high platform walked toward him with large strides. In the end, he stopped moving. Eventually, he stood there motionlessly. Li, it's time to auction the high-grade Tao artifact, right? Tao Master Qi retracted his gaze from the puppet and said to Li. Tao Master Qi had already obtained a 5-colored sword. If he couldn't obtain a high-grade Tao artifact this time, his strength would definitely fall behind Tao Master Qi. If he lost, even if he didn't die, his reputation would be ruined. I'm sorry. Although the next item isn't a high-grade Tao artifact, it's the same as the puppet. It's from ancient times. Li cupped his hands at Tao Master Qi. Tao Master Qi waved his hands impatiently and said, "Let's start then. Don't talk nonsense." Venerable Jiao revealed a mocking expression in his eyes. He glanced at him and raised the corners of his mouth. Li clapped his hands. Soon, a maid carried a 3-foot-wide and 5-foot-long stone slab onto the platform. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw what was on the stone slab. There were 3 flying swords lying on the stone slab. However, the aura of these 3 flying swords was extremely weak. It seemed like they were low-grade immortal artifacts of extremely low quality. What's going on? Is the Taichu Chamber of Commerce crazy for money? How could they take something like that out? These 3 swords are considered trash even among low-grade immortal artifacts, right? Even if they're treasures from ancient times, their auras are too weak. Even if they were at their peak, they would only be supreme-grade immortal artifacts, right? They aren't even Tao artifacts. Everyone's expression was very strange, but Ning Qi's expression was even more strange because when the 3 flying swords appeared, he felt a trace of an aura that was extremely similar to Xiao Hei's. Xiao Hei, who was in his sea of consciousness, also transmitted a trace of incomparable joy. These 3 swords are strange. Ning Qi's expression gradually turned grave. Li, did you take the wrong item? Are these 3 flying swords qualified to be auctioned today? Tao Master Qi frowned and asked. The Blue Mystic Spiritual Master, Qi Xuezhen, and Tao Master Qi had the same thought as Tao Master Qi. They all frowned at the same time. The 4 of you, please don't be impatient. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Let me explain. Li smiled and said, these 3 flying swords were obtained by a primordial unity senior of our Taichu Chamber of Commerce from some relic. That relic might have been an important battlefield during the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. Even though so many years have passed, ordinary primordial unity cultivators would be suppressed by 9 primordial unity cultivators. If a profound immortal were to enter, he would be no different from a mortal. There's such a place? Chapter 27:11. That Grand Unity Senior risked his life to bring out these 3 flying swords. Don't be fooled by their weak auras, which can't even compare to an ordinary inferior-grade celestial artifact. However, when they were at their peak, they might have been powerful weapons. Li said with a smile. Since they weren't at their peak, what's the use? Who in the celestial world can repair such a treasure? Some immortals could not help but ask. Furthermore, there's no way to prove how powerful these 3 flying swords were. Perhaps they really were ordinary inferior-grade celestial artifacts, which is why they were reduced to this state, another immortal said. That's right. How can these 3 flying swords be auctioned today? After the first immortal spoke up, many more immortals voiced their doubt. When Li saw this, he smiled and picked up a flying sword from the stone slab. At the same time, a flying sword appeared in his other hand, but it exuded the aura of a superior-grade Tao weapon. The 4 primordial immortals and the immortals present looked grave when they saw this. Haha, as expected of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Even Xian immortals can wield superior-grade Tao artifact. Venerable Jiao's eyes were filled with mockery. However, he now had a better understanding of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's power. He had not known that Li Li had a superior grade Dao artifact in all his years on Cerulean planet. That's a superior grade Dao artifact, right? With that item in hand, apart from the 4 Grand Unity Seniors, who else here can be his match? The Xian Immortals, including the representatives from the 3 Chambers of Commerce, were shocked. They thought that their status was similar to Li Li's, and they had high statuses in their respective Chambers of Commerce. However, they did not have a superior grade Dao artifact like the one in Li Li's hand. What is he going to do with this superior grade Dao artifact? Everyone was confused. They did not know what Li Li was trying to do. Then, Li Li put his hands together and wanted the 2 flying swords to collide with each other. What kind of joke was this? If he was going to auction it, why would he destroy it in front of everyone? Could it be that he was angry? Everyone's expressions became strange. When a flying sword that was not even as good as an inferior grade celestial artifact collided with a superior grade Dao artifact, the former would definitely be reduced to ashes. Bang! There was a soft sound. Sure enough, it was as everyone expected. The high-grade Dao artifact in Li Li's hand was safe and sound, but the other flying sword had shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, producing clanking sounds. Li Li, what are you doing? Venerable Jiao frowned. Li Li smiled. Don't worry, Venerable Jiao. Everyone, please take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the shattered pieces on the ground suddenly gathered together and returned to their original appearance. Moreover, the aura seemed to be a little stronger than before. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to notice it. Among the people present, only a few people noticed this, including Yi Shiwen and the others. Ning Qi. As expected, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. These 3 flying swords and Blackie were probably made by the same person. This, the immortals gasped in unison as they looked at the scene in disbelief. They already believed 90% of Li Li's words. If it wasn't a magic treasure passed down from ancient times, how could it recover to its original state after being struck by a high-grade Dao artifact? If all 3 flying swords had this ability, just this alone would make them worth a lot of money. If I can figure out the reason behind it, my craftsmanship will definitely improve. The ancient times were really glorious, with many capable people who could actually craft such magic treasures. Interesting, we can indeed auction them today. Venerable Jiao smiled faintly. Apart from self-recovery, what other special abilities do these 3 flying swords have? Venerable Yongzi suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Li Li, wanting to know the other abilities of the 3 flying swords. After a moment of silence, Li Li smiled and said, That's all. Although they can't be used against enemies, if you buy them, you might be able to figure out the ancient craftsmanship technique. My 9-hell hammering technique is said to be the best craftsmanship technique in the celestial world. That should include the ancient craftsmanship technique, right? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He suddenly felt that he should work hard in this area. Compared to his alchemy technique, his weapon refining technique was simply not worth looking at. If others knew that he had the 9-hell tempering technique, but his weapon refining technique was so low, those weapon refiners would probably be angered to death. T.Ch. Venerable Yongzi smiled and shook his head. Although he didn't say anything, the disdain in his expression was obvious. Qi Xuezhen and the Blue Mystic Spiritual Master didn't seem to be interested in the 3 flying swords. Venerable Jiao glanced at the puppet he just bought and wasn't in the mood to buy the 3 flying swords. He didn't have many celestial coins left, so he had to save them for tomorrow. Li Li smiled nonchalantly. Before the Immortal Ascension assembly began, he had set these 3 flying swords on a group of Xian immortals. It would be better if a Grand Unity immortal took a liking to them. Since a Grand Unity immortal was not interested in them, it did not matter. The starting price of these 3 flying swords is 8 million celestial coins. Each increment must be no less than 200,000. Everyone, please bid. Li Li smiled. 10,000,000, 10,500,000, 11,000,000, 12,000,000. There was a moment of silence. 12,200,000, 1,000. Unlike the previous auction items, very few immortals were interested in the 3 flying swords and were willing to pay. Therefore, the price remained below 15,000,000 even after a long time. Even so, many immortals despised the bidders and called them lunatics in their hearts. Too much money would burn one's hands. However, they memorized the usernames of all the bidders and prepared to send them friend requests after the Immortal Ascension assembly was over. Almost 90% of the people who were interested in the 3 flying swords were tool refiners. Compared to pill refiners, tool refiners were even rarer in the immortal world. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Only the era before the Great War of Immortals and Demons was when tool refiners flourished. Back then, any ancient immortal could play around with them. 13,000,000. Is there any higher bid? Lily smiled and glanced at the crowd. Although the price was lower than he had expected, the Grand Unity Senior who had auctioned the 3 flying swords said that as long as the price was above 12,000,000, he would accept it. The king sent me to patrol the mountains. 14,000,000. Everyone. Chapter 27:12. Poverty had really limited their imagination. First, they spent 10,000,000 to buy a useless pill like the Golden Immortal Crossing pill, and then they spent 14,000,000 on 3 flying swords that weren't even as good as low-grade immortal artifact. They could only be used for research, but against enemies. The total value of these 2 items had already reached 25,000,000. Wouldn't it be better to buy 5 or 6 mid-grade Dao artifacts with this amount of money? Wouldn't it be better to buy some other spiritual materials and immortal pills? No matter what, it was much more cost-effective than those 2 items. Is this guy really rich or is he really stupid? I think he's stupid. No, he has so many heavenly coins. How stupid can he be? Maybe he has his own deeper meaning, and we just can't guess it. Some immortals spoke up. As they spoke, they also looked around, as if they wanted to provoke Ning Qi with their words, then find a flaw and find Ning Qi's real body. At this moment, Ning Qi's face also showed a trace of astonishment. Countless eyes swept past him, but not a trace of doubt rose in their hearts. 14,000,000. Is there a higher price? Li Li's eyes brightened. He had a better impression of Ning Qi because these 3 flying swords were auction items that had been inserted midway. Originally, the Immortal Ascension Assembly had no intention of auctioning them. Therefore, that Senior Tai had promised to give him some benefit. The higher the price, the more benefits he would receive. Xingyu had acquiesced, as long as he didn't hide it from her. Madman! I don't want the 14,000,000. The profound immortal who had originally made a bid of 13,000,000 was already regretting it. Seeing that someone else had made a higher bid, he decisively gave up. Not only that, but he was also inwardly mocking Ning Qi. So what if these 3 flying swords had research value? In today's world, who could reverse engineer the refinement technique used to refine these 3 flying swords? Speaking of which, they still had no value at all. They could only be used for viewing and as antique. Thinking about it, spending over 10,000,000 all-heaven coins wasn't worth it. Congratulations to the king for sending me to patrol the mountain. I've successfully won these 3 flying swords. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Lili slammed the gavel. Brother Wu, you and I really can't fathom the thoughts of the world's rich. Jingli couldn't help but sigh at Ning Qi. Tong Huan was his brother-in-law, and Jing Xian was his sister. Tong Man didn't have a good relationship with him, so Jingli was more willing to talk to Ning Qi now that he was more familiar with him. Yeah, I don't understand. As Ning Qi sighed, he used his spiritual sense to control the all-heaven talisman and paid for the goods. After spending 14,000,000, his account was only left with 10,000,000. The following items and the auction tomorrow had nothing to do with him. However, Ning Qi was also very curious about tomorrow's bet. What would the crux be? He had no intention of leaving in advance. The following items were all extremely rare treasures, but not many of the 4 Grand Unity Immortals were interested in them. When a high-grade Dao tool appeared, Qi Xuezhen and the other 2 Grand Unity Immortals fought over it. In the end, the second high-grade Dao tool was won by Sage Game at a price of 110 million. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. However, the quality of the Sage of War's high-grade Dao weapon was still slightly higher than that of the 5-colored sword. As for the third high-grade Dao tool, it was taken by the Blue Mystic Spiritual Master for a price of 115 million. Everyone could clearly see the disappointment on Qi Xuezhen's face. Everyone, today's Immortal Ascension Assembly is over. Please come again tomorrow. Li Li smiled and cupped his hands. Today was the end. When Ning Qi returned to the green bamboo house, he saw Healy, who he hadn't seen for a long time. She blushed when she saw Ning Qi. "Why didn't I see you a few days ago?" Ning Qi asked with a smile. "Young Master Wu, the young mistress has already agreed to take me as her personal servant. It's all thanks to you. I came here today to wait for you and thank you." Healy was touched. "Oh? Then congratulations. Following your family's young miss is naturally much better than following me." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Healy didn't know what to do and returned the gesture. After all, Ning Qi was a senior in her eyes. "There's no need to thank me. Just focus on your cultivation." Ning Qi smiled and then returned to his room. Xiao Lan and the other girls surrounded Healy enviously and asked her about how she became a personal servant of the young mistress. After returning to his room, Ning Qi went to the top cultivation training ground. He took out the All-Heaven Talisman and sent a message to the official account of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. On the other side, Li Li stood in front of Xing Yue and reported the situation of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Even though he knew Xing Yue knew everything, he still had to go through the formalities. Halfway through the report, Xing Yue took out the All-Heaven Talisman with a strange expression. "The king sent me to patrol the mountain to collect the golden pill of immortality and the 3 flying swords in advance." Li Li was taken aback. "He's going to leave early? In this way, wouldn't it attract the attention of others?" She paused. "Our guards in the immortal domain near Blue Water Planet have already discovered many people with ulterior motive. Although some have killed and some have fled, it's inevitable that some have slipped through the net. Their target must be the immortals who have left Blue Water Planet during this period, and it's very likely that some of them have come to Blue Water Planet even earlier. If the immortals participating in the Immortal Ascension gathering are robbed, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of our Tai Chu commerce." Xing Yue smiled and said, "Perhaps he has his own methods. No matter what, we have already informed him of the risks in advance. If he still insists on doing things his own way, he will have to bear all the consequences himself. However, you can send someone to see who will leave the island today. I want to see this person. I want to meet this brother Wang." Li Li nodded slightly. The meaning behind Xing Yue's words was very clear. She wanted to protect the other party because of the primordial Dao pill. After all, it was not easy to find such a partner. If he died in the primordial realm, it would be a great loss to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. The top cultivation training ground. Not long after Ning Qi sent the message, the porcelain bottle containing the golden pill of immortality and the 3 flying swords were sent over. He didn't intend to take the golden pill of immortality so early. After all, there were 4 Grand Unity cultivators on Lake Heart Island. It wouldn't be a good thing if they found out. Ning Qi turned his hand and put the golden pill of immortality into his spatial bag. After sizing up the 3 flying swords, he released Little Black with a thought. Chapter 27:13. When he was chosen by Little Black in the sword house, Ning Chi felt that Little Black was a little strange. It seemed to have spirituality, but that was all. At that time, he never thought that Little Black might be a primordial spiritual treasure. After all, apart from a special existence like Goddess Nviwa, which was integrated with the ancient kingdom of Atlantis, a normal magic treasure with a spirit derived from the intelligent brain must be a primordial spiritual treasure. Although Little Black had spirituality at that time, it was not obvious at all. Ning Chi never thought that it could be a primordial spiritual treasure. Now it seemed that Little Black and the 3 flying swords were very likely to be primordial spiritual treasures. However, the spirituality of these 3 flying swords seemed to be even weaker than Little Black. What kind of situation did they encounter that their spirituality would be obliterated to this extent? The immortal slaying gourd was miserable enough. It fell from a primordial spiritual treasure to a top-grade Taoist artifact, and it could not fight. The part that could fight was suppressed, but it was full of spirituality, no different from Goddess Nviwa. Of the 4 flying swords in front of him, except for Little Black who could transmit a trace of emotion, the other 3 flying swords in front of him would not have been able to see that they had spirituality at all. It was impossible to tell that they had spiritual qualities at all. Otherwise, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce would not have put them up for auction. Little Black now seemed to be communicating with the other 3 flying swords. Their bodies floated in the air, occasionally floating up and down a few times, as if they were talking. As Ning Chi looked at this scene, he pondered in his heart. Based on the fairy slaying sword formation that he had obtained from Xiao He and looking at the 4 flying swords, he actually had some guesses in his heart. However, he did not dare to confirm this guess. After all, the legendary 4 immortal slaying swords were extremely powerful. They were the primordial spiritual treasures used by sect leader Tong Tian to set up the immortal slaying sword formation. Once the immortal slaying sword formation was used, almost no one could resist its power. Could such a powerful spiritual treasure also be reduced to such a state because of the great war of immortals and demons? And there was one thing that Ning Chi felt was quite strange. Since the Bull Demon King, Erlang Xianxing, and the monkey, these immortals and gods really existed in the ancient immortal clan, then what about those existences from earlier times? Ning Chi knew that Taishang Laojun had also participated in the great war of immortals and demons. After all, he was now suppressed in the Langya immortal domain. Sect leader Tong Tian and Taishang Laojun belonged to the same era. It seemed that no one in the immortal world had ever heard of such a powerful existence. Ning Chi guessed that Xiao He had most likely left this immortal world before the great war of immortals and demons, and did not participate in the war. In this way, whether Xiao He's 4 flying swords were the 4 immortal slaying swords or not remained to be verified. Suddenly, the 4 flying swords flew in front of Ning Chi and constantly circled around him. Ning Chi calmly looked at this scene. After a while, Little Black suddenly transmitted a trace of anxiety. Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. "You want me to refine the other 3 flying swords?" Little Black's mood became happy, and at the same time, it moved up and down as if it was nodding. Seeing this, the corner of Ning Chi's lips curled up and he began to refine the 3 flying swords. A month later, the 3 flying swords were simultaneously imprinted with Ning Chi's divine soul brand. The moment the refining was completed, they instantly turned into 3 streams of light and entered Ning Chi's sea of consciousness. Then, a large mass of information appeared in Ning Chi's memory. Ning Chi closed his eyes and was a little shocked. The information given to him by the 3 flying swords was the same as Little Black's. It was also the immortal slaying sword formation. However, with the immortal slaying sword formation of the 3 flying swords and the one on Little Black, it seemed that a complete immortal slaying sword formation could be formed. Another month passed. After Ning Qi completely digested the information brought by the 3 flying swords, he opened his eyes slightly. Then, with a thought, the 4 flying swords broke through the space between his eyebrows and formed a sword formation around Ning Qi in almost an instant. Little Black's original grade was the same as the 3 flying swords, not even a lower grade immortal weapon. However, after many Nirvana reorganizations, its current aura was comparable to an ordinary lower-grade immortal weapon. However, at this moment, Little Black's body revealed a sharp light, and its aura was much stronger than before. The same was true for the 4 flying swords. The power of this formation can at least kill ordinary earthly immortals. Ningqi closed his eyes and felt a little happy. Now that the 4 flying swords were only lower-grade immortal weapons, the power of the immortal slaying sword formation was already extremely impressive. What if they recovered to the supreme grade immortal weapon in the future? Tao weapon? Or even primordial spiritual treasure? That power was probably enough to kill a third-step expert? Could it? Although I didn't get your names, there is a 70% to 80% chance that you are the 4 flying swords. When you recover your spirituality in the future, you can tell me personally. Ning Qi smiled. Little Black immediately sent a trace of joy to him. The other 3 flying swords also seemed to move, but the fluctuations were too weak, so weak that they could not even convey their emotions. How can I make them recover some power? By constantly breaking and reorganizing them? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of thought. The next moment, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Since the 9 Hells tempering art is the #1 crafting art in the immortal world, it should be able to repair connate spirit treasures. Even if the level of my 9 Hells tempering art isn't high, Little Black and the others aren't connate spirit treasures of the past. Thinking of this, Ning Qi gently waved his hand and the 4 flying swords flew in front of him. I want to try using the 9 Hells tempering art to restore some of your power. What do you think? Ning Qi smiled. The 4 flying swords emitted a wave of fluctuation at the same time. The other 3 swords' fluctuations were too small for Ning Qi to feel their emotions, but Little Black's fluctuation was obviously happy. Since you're so happy, it should be useful. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth lifted slightly. Early the next morning, all the immortals rushed to the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Jingli, don't disturb Brother Wu. After Tong Huan's group of 4 arrived at the entrance, Jingli casually asked the female cultivator behind the counter. Learning that Ning Qi had not gotten up yet, Jingli decided to go and wake Ning Qi up. Seeing this, Tong Huan could not help but ask, "Brother-in-law, you guys go and reserve a seat for us first." Jingli ran to Ning Qi's room without looking back. "Husband, why don't we wait?" Jing Xian smiled wryly. Tong Huan sighed in her heart and nodded. She always felt that with Jing Li's current personality, sooner or later, he would suffer because of this. "Brother Wu, the Immortal Ascension Assembly is about to begin. Why aren't you getting up?" Jingli shouted loudly as soon as he reached the door. At the same time, the door opened. Ning Qi smiled at Jingli and said, "There's a finale today, how could I dare to be late? Hurry up and reserve a good seat." Chapter 27:14. In the past year, Ning Qi had been forging the 4 swords with the 9 Hell tempering technique. Now, Ning Qi's level had almost reached the peak of the lower-grade fairy weapon. The aura of the other 3 flying swords was no longer as weak as before. Most importantly, the spirituality of the 4 flying swords had increased to a certain extent. Increase. Even the Taichu Chamber of Commerce couldn't do that. Only Ning Qi, who had the best craftsmanship in the immortal realm, could do that. However, Ning Qi's craftsmanship was relatively low, and the improvement of the 4 flying swords was very limited in less than a year. Ning Qi decided to take the Immortal Dew Golden Pill after the Immortal Ascension Gathering, and then continue to temper the 4 flying swords. He found that the recombination function of the 4 flying swords could also be improved. With the 9 hell tempering technique, Ning Qi didn't need to specifically look for spiritual materials, and the 4 flying swords were equivalent to spiritual materials that could be used infinitely. This was a virtuous cycle. Jingli was a bit disappointed when they arrived at the Immortal Ascension gathering. Everyone had arrived very early, and all the seats in the front were taken. They could only find a place to sit in the back. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have cultivated last night. I would have waited here earlier. Jingli complained. It's just the seats. Don't worry about it. With our eyesight we can see clearly no matter how far we sit. Tong Huan smiled. Brother-in-law, that feels different. Today's finale must be amazing. If we can get closer to it, of course we should, Jingli said. When Jing Xian heard this, she glanced at Jingli and signaled him to shut up. Soon, most of the immortals had arrived, but Ning Qi found that the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master and the others hadn't arrived yet. There was still half an hour before the Immortal Ascension gathering began. Suddenly, everyone seemed to sense something. They all stood up and looked behind them. They saw perfected being Jiao, the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master, perfected Qi and Qi Xuezhen, the 4 primordial unity immortals, standing side by side with more than 10 people shrouded in white, black, red, and green mist. They existed. All primordial unity immortals? Jingli was dumbfounded. The immortals present were also shocked by this scene and gasped. Their eyes revealed surprise and joy. They did not expect that on the last day of the gathering of immortals, so many primordial unity immortals would appear. However, these primordial unity immortals did not seem to want to reveal their identities. Their bodies were shrouded in mist. Even they couldn't see through him, let alone the other immortals. The finale item of today's Immortal Ascension assembly was able to attract so many primordial unity immortals. I'm afraid this finale item is really extraordinary. Tong Huan's complexion was incomparably dignified. Suddenly, a trace of the same thoughts as Jing Li's surfaced in his heart. He hated himself for not having the ability to display his skills in this Immortal Ascension assembly. He couldn't even buy the golden pill of crossing immortality that he needed the most. Tong Huan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Li Li's side seemed to have prepared for this. A few more primordial unity immortals were added. Therefore, as soon as Venerable Jiao arrived, he took his seat. Ning Qi realized that Qi Xuezhen and the other 3 primordial unity immortals did not seem to have any interaction with them. They seemed to have arrived together, but it was more like they had bumped into each other halfway. Moreover, they had arrived with a hint of hostility, and their expressions were not very pleasant. Speaking of which, one more primordial unity meant one more competitor. Seeing more than 10 competitors suddenly appear, and the 4 of them were also competing with each other, it was only natural that they felt a lot of pressure. Hiding your head and showing your tail. Venerable Qi glanced at the figures shrouded in thick mist and could not help but scold them in a low voice. But who was he? As a dignified primordial unity immortal, his voice naturally reached everyone's ears. The thick mist on a few figures suddenly expanded and contracted, as if expressing their dissatisfaction. We all participate in the auction like this, but the 4 of you are a little arrogant. You didn't hide your identities. Do you really think that as long as you are a primordial unity, you are invincible in the immortal realm? A deep voice came from a mass of green mist. However, the immortals knew that this voice must have been modified and was definitely not his real voice. Qi Xuezhen and the other 3 looked a little uncomfortable. Before this, they had not received any news from the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and thought that only the 4 of them would participate in the Immortal Ascension gathering. Naturally, there was no need for them to hide their identities, unless it was absolutely necessary, which primordial unity would like to hide their heads and show their tails. They did not expect that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's finale item could attract more than 10 primordial Unity True Immortals on the last day. Today, more than 10 primordial Unity True Immortals had gathered in one place. If they joined forces, they would be able to cause an upheaval in the immortal realm if the immortal lords did not appear. The representatives sent by the other 3 chambers of commerce looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The most successful auction they had ever held had only attracted 6 or 7 primordial Unity True Immortals. Now, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce had more than doubled their number. When today's Immortal Ascension gathering was over and the news spread, who in the immortal realm would not know that the Taichu Chamber of Commerce had come out on top and suppressed the other 3 chambers of commerce? What? It's just that Bill and the others who are hiding their heads and showing their tails. What does it have to do with you? Why don't you disperse the fog and let me see who this fellow Taoist is? Sage Qi Quan sneered. Venerable Jiao and the other 2 did not say anything, but they nodded slightly. Obviously, they agreed with Sage Qi Quan. It is the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's honor to have all of you here today. Please give me some face and don't quarrel. After all, harmony breeds wealth. A beautiful figure walked onto the high platform and cupped her hands at the crowd with a smile. Seeing this, Lili respectfully retreated behind the beautiful figure. Is this the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's branch here? Looking at her cultivation, she seems to have reached the mysterious immortal realm. However, she must have some kind of treasure that can hide the fluctuations of her magic power. I can't see her specific cultivation level. Rumor has it that Xing Yue is the daughter of a big shot in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. She is extremely loved and her talent is considered high in the immortal realm. She has broken through to the mysterious immortal realm at such a young age and has a chance of becoming a primordial unity in the future. The immortals all looked at Xing Yue with different expressions. So beautiful! Such a beautiful woman is both a mysterious immortal and the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's branch. I heard that her father is a primordial unity big shot in the Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Brother Wu, it would be perfect if you could marry such a beautiful wife in this life. Chapter 27:15. Taoist Jiao and the others were silent for a moment when they saw Xing Yue. Then, they smiled and greeted her. I haven't seen you for many years, Yue. You've become even more beautiful. I wonder how your father has been recently? Since Yue has spoken, I won't bother with this group of sneaky fellows. Even if the immortals were blind, they could still sense that something was wrong when they saw the group of Grand Unity immortals greet them. It seemed like the group of Grand Unity immortals were very kind to Xing Yue. Too kind. There was only one possibility. The person behind Xing Yue was probably much more powerful than all the Grand Unity immortals present. Otherwise, how could they be so kind to a junior? The quarrel between Taoist Qi and the Grand Unity immortals, who were shrouded in thick fog, was resolved by Xing Yue's words. The current atmosphere was quite amiable, as if they were attending a tea party. Thank you, seniors. My father is in good health. I will definitely bring your greetings to him when I return. Xing Yue smiled and cupped her hands. Then, her tone changed. Since all of you have come to participate in the Immortal Ascension gathering today, you must be here for the last item. I won't keep you in suspense. She paused for a moment, then smiled at Lili and nodded. Go and bring the item. Yes, young lady. Lili nodded respectfully and turned to leave. All the immortals present looked expectant. They hadn't left today because they wanted to see what kind of item the Immortal Ascension gathering would bring out on the last day. The sudden arrival of so many Grand Unity immortals made their anticipation rise to a new high. More. Even the expressions of Taoist Jiao and the others changed slightly. They glanced at each other, and when their gazes collided in the air, it seemed as if sparks would fly. Very quickly, Lili returned to the stage. In his hand, he was personally holding a wooden tray that was covered with a red cloth. Under the red cloth, there was a faint square object that appeared, and this red cloth itself also carried a trace of great Tao energy fluctuations. It was clearly a low-grade Tao artifact of decent quality. Artifact? A low-grade Tao artifact covered it? Then what was that square-shaped thing below? Everyone felt as if there were dozens of kittens scratching at their hearts. Nisue, stop keeping us in suspense. Quickly take off the red cloth and let us see exactly what it is. Sage Game Master couldn't help but ask. Xing Yue smiled faintly. Her slender fingers landed on the red cloth. With a light pull, the seemingly square object under the red cloth was revealed to everyone. It was completely visible. This was a token that seemed to be missing a corner, and on it were written 3 big words, Immortal Lord Token. However, the last order character was missing a little bit. This was because the token was not complete. A part of the bottom was missing. As the red cloth was lifted, a terrifying and majestic aura surged out of the token, making it difficult for the immortals present to breathe. The pressure was great. As for Taoist Jiao and the other primordial unity existences, their breathing became extremely heavy. A red light flashed in their eyes as they looked at the medallion in disbelief. Immortal token? How could it be an Immortal Lord token? The final item of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce is actually a Celestial Lord token? This Celestial Lord token seems to be missing a corner. Which Celestial Lord does it belong to, and how did the Taichu Chamber of Commerce obtain it? Taoist Jiao and the other primordial unity existences thought quickly. They still could not believe what they were seeing. The shock in their hearts was like 1,000 layers of waves crashing down. When the rest of the immortals saw the 3 words clearly, they were all stunned. Xing Yue looked at their dumbfounded expressions, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. This was the effect she wanted. Even though the Immortal Monarch token was missing a corner and its aura was only the same as a high-grade Tao artifact and not the legendary top-grade Tao artifact, its appearance was even more shocking than a top-grade Tao artifact. This was because the Immortal Lord token was an item that the Celestial Lord carried with him. Not only did it contain a secret realm the same size as a celestial realm, but it was also said that it had the effect of allowing the Celestial Lord to comprehend Tao talismans. Tao talismans were words of the great Tao that pointed to the truth of the world. It was also a type of inheritance. Even immortal emperors would strive to obtain Tao talismans and comprehend Tao talismans. As for the Immortal Monarch token, it was a Tao talisman container, invented by a heaven-defying existence in the primordial era. That existence imprinted his understanding of Tao talismans into it and passed it on to his descendants for them to comprehend and cultivate. This allowed his descendants to successfully comprehend Tao talismans and advance to the Celestial Emperor realm. Before this, one could only comprehend Tao talismans by themselves and could not rely on external forces. When that existence found this method, the celestial emperors of later generations followed suit. They imprinted the true meaning of Tao talismans they comprehended into the Immortal Lord token and gave it to their subordinates and descendants. When someone could comprehend Tao talismans from it, it was equivalent to obtaining an inheritance. This was because the Tao talismans they comprehended would also be the same as the Celestial Emperor who imprinted the true meaning of Tao talismans. It was the same. In the beginning, Immortal Lord tokens were not called Immortal Lord tokens. They would be given to Golden Immortals or even Grand Heavenly Immortals. However, that was the most prosperous era of the Celestial Realm. In the future, Immortal Lord tokens would only be given to Immortal Lords. Those below the Immortal Lord token could only obtain the Immortal Lord token left behind by certain Immortal Lord. Other than that, there was no other way to obtain an Immortal Lord token. That was why the immortals of today called it the Immortal Lord token. That was why ordinary supreme-grade Tao treasures could not compare to an Immortal Lord token. The former was purely used for battle, while the latter contained an immortal emperor's inheritance. One could have the chance to comprehend the Tao talismans cultivated by the immortal emperor who refined this Immortal Lord token. Ni Sui, is this really an Immortal Lord token? Spiritual Master Qi asked with some difficulty. Seniors, you have sharp eyes. You should be able to tell that this is an Immortal Lord token. Xing Yue smiled. An Immortal Lord token. I never thought that the final item of the Taichu commerce would be such a legendary treasure. Jingli exclaimed with a look of shock. After the immortals present, including the Grand Unity Immortals, confirmed from Xing Yue that this token was indeed an Immortal Lord token, their hearts were filled with shock, wave after wave. Chapter 27:16. Ning Qi was the only one who was not shocked. He looked at the Immortal's token indifferently and compared it with his own. Finally, he came to the conclusion that his token was complete and undamaged, while the token of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce was missing. It's actually really an Immortal Lord token. Nisue, is your Taichu Chamber of Commerce really going to auction this item? Enlightened Master Qi sucked in a cold breath. Since you've taken it out, it must be for auction. Could it be that you're bringing it out for us to admire? You're a dignified primordial unity immortal. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others for saying such ridiculous words? Taoist Jiao glared at Taoist Game. Everyone agreed with Spiritual Master Jiao's words. Even Spiritual Master Game didn't refute him. He was afraid that Xing Yue would put away the Immortal Lord token again. Although the Taichu Chamber of Commerce didn't have a Grand Unity Immortal present, none of the Grand Unity Immortals present dared to step forward. Snatch this Immortal Lord token that was missing a corner. That's right, this item was indeed ordered by my father to be auctioned during today's Immortal Ascension Assembly. Xing Yue smiled. Seniors, you ought to know the usage of the Immortal Monarch's token, but I'll be long-winded here. Subsequently, Xing Yue spoke of the miraculous usage of the Immortal Monarch's token, and many golden immortals and mysterious immortals came to a sudden understanding why the Immortal Monarch's token was so rare. It turned out that every single Immortal Monarch's token had a Tao talisman brand left behind by an immortal emperor. In other words, an Immortal Monarch's token without a Tao talisman brand couldn't be called an immortal. The sovereign token could only be considered an ordinary top-grade Tao artifact. So the Immortal Lord token has a Tao talisman imprint, which can allow people to comprehend the true meaning of the Tao talisman. Ning Qi's eyes slightly moved, and he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Before this, he had thought that the Immortal Monarch token was just an ordinary top-grade Tao artifact. Back when Jiang Yu was only a profound immortal, he managed to comprehend a Tao talisman. Looks like the Tiandao family must have quite a number of Immortal Lord tokens, Ning Qi thought in his heart, and he slightly regretted knowing of this news so late. Otherwise, he would have made time to properly study the Immortal Monarch token and see if he could comprehend the Tao talisman within it. The system once called this Immortal Lord token the Good Fortune Jade Disc, and it was found on Earth. The existence that left the talisman mark on it is definitely not an ordinary immortal emperor. It is very likely to be a third-step cultivator. If I can comprehend it, its power might be even stronger than the Tao talisman that Jiang Yu comprehended. Ning Qi suddenly felt that he hadn't come to the Immortal Ascension Assembly in vain. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take for him to find out about this secret. There were treasures in front of him, but he didn't know how to take them. However, this Immortal Lord's token is already missing a corner, and its aura is not as strong as before. It is only a high-grade Tao artifact, and I do not know if the talisman imprint on it is damaged. When my father obtained it, he went into seclusion to comprehend it, but he was unable to sense it. That's why it's being auctioned today. The price can't be compared to an undamaged Immortal Lord token, but it won't be much lower. Support all heaven coins, support bartering. Xing Yue smiled. I see. The Grand Unity Immortals present looked at each other and came to a realization. No wonder the Taichu Chamber of Commerce would take out such a precious item. Given the Taichu Chamber of Commerce's strength, they must have already determined that no one could comprehend the Tao Talisman gist of trueness from it. Otherwise, they would have hidden such a treasure well. Why would they auction it? Furthermore, the Taichu Chamber of Commerce might have already consulted the Immortal Lord's existence and confirmed that this Immortal Lord's token had lost its effectiveness. In other words, it had become an ordinary high-grade Tao artifact, and the secret realm inside was most likely broken, making it impossible to enter. That was why it had appeared in today's Immortal Ascension Assembly. I knew it. Your Taichu Chamber of Commerce wouldn't be willing to take out such a treasure. It turns out that it's already damaged, Venerable Game said resentfully. Spiritual Master Qi said resentfully, a look of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Senior Game, you can't say that. After all, it is an Immortal Lord's token. Even if it's damaged, with everyone's luck and strength, it's not impossible to restore it to its original state. Xing Yue smiled. Tell me, what's the starting price? Venerable Jiao said faintly, the fire in his eyes fading. No matter who won this Immortal Lord's token, they would only be able to admire it for a short period of time. However, Xing Yue was right. Otherwise, they would have left long ago. Even a damaged Immortal Lord's token still had its value. The starting price is 300 million heavenly coins. Each bid must be at least 20 million. Seniors, please bid. Xing Yue smiled and said, 300 million? How terrifying! However, if it's an intact Immortal Lord's token, the starting price would be 3 billion. It might even be priceless. Even Immortal Lords would want to bid for it. Even Grand Unity Immortals wouldn't be able to get involved. 300 million, 300 million. Jing Li mumbled to himself. Jing Li muttered to himself. Ning Qi noticed that Jing Li's palm was gently patting his thigh. After a moment of silence, Venerable Jiao was the first to bid. He was followed by the Azure Profound Spiritual Master, Qi Shuezhen, Venerable Game, and the Grand Unity Immortals who were hiding their identities. The bidding was lively, and the price quickly reached 600 million. Ning Qi looked at this scene and wondered. How many of these fellows could actually take out so many heavenly coins? However, Ning Qi realized that Xing Yue had already considered this point. She had suggested exchanging items for items. Ning Qi suspected that they had included his high-grade Tao artifact as well. Once the price went past 600 million, the rate of increase suddenly decreased. The three of you, why don't we work together to obtain this item and take turns to comprehend it? Venerable Game asked the three of them with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The three of them were startled and looked at each other. Agreed. Agreed. I agree as well. However, I have a request. I must be the first to comprehend it. Venerable Jiao said. No. Venerable Game rejected immediately. I don't agree. Venerable Jiao sneered. The three of us can work together. We can decide who will comprehend it first. Venerable Game said to the Azure Profound Spiritual Master and Qi Shuezhen. The two of them nodded in agreement. The three of them suddenly changed from competitors to partners. However, Venerable Jiao's face was ashen. His arrogant personality made him unable to swallow his pride and admit defeat. In the dark star field, there was a dark blue planet that was emitting light. A ferry boat flew across the sky and suddenly stopped. This is Blue Water Planet. The Heavenly Talisman is holding the Immortal Ascension Assembly here? Long Qing stood on the ferry boat and looked at the blue planet in the distance. Chapter 27:17. Yes, I can sense his presence in Cerulean Planet, but it seems to be blocked by some kind of forbidden spell. I can't pinpoint his exact location. Long Qing nodded. Although he almost died in the ancestral star, that senior imprinted Ning Beishuan's presence on him and pointed him in the direction of Ning Beishuan's departure. Long Qing didn't know why he did that, but he knew that he had to complete his master's order to kill Ning Beixian and avenge Bai Xingshu. Revenge. It must be a forbidden spell set up by Taichu Commerce. Didn't we see a lot of Taichu Commerce's guards when we came here? This is the first time the Immortal Ascension Gathering is being held offline. Taichu Commerce wouldn't want to mess it up. Pluto said. Indeed. Let's go. Long Qing smiled. When Long Qing and Ning Xian arrived at Cerulean Planet, the Immortal Ascension Gathering had also entered its climax. The price of the broken Immortal Lord token had already reached over 700 million. The Immortals watched the dozens of Primordial Unity Immortals bidding passionately. They always imagined that one day they would also be so rich. Only Ning Qi was secretly pleased. A damaged Immortal Lord token could be sold at such a high price. If the Immortal Lord token in his hand appeared in the world, how much would it be worth? It would be enough to bribe an Immortal Lord to kill someone. 850 million. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master suddenly said. How many treasures did this guy collect in the heavenly ancient mystic realm all these years? I heard that the profound Azure Mansion is ruthless and would destroy a family at the slightest provocation. It seems that the rumor is true. The Grand Unity cultivators who were shrouded in the mist looked at the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master with a strange look in their eyes. They didn't know that the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master had already joined forces with Qi Shuezhen and Dao Master Qi. Otherwise, the entire profound Azure Mansion would suffer greatly if he took out 850 million. The Taichu Chamber of Commerce isn't that stupid. This damaged Immortal Monarch's command token is probably already a useless item. Taking out a price equivalent to 8 high-grade Dao artifacts to purchase a high-grade Dao artifact that can't even be used in battle is truly a loss. Fine, we'll let him have it. We'll talk to the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master in the future, maybe we can borrow it. Sigh. When the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master raised the price to 850 million, the number of primordial immortals who were bidding decreased significantly. Only 2 or 3 of them were raising the price by 20 million, pushing the price past the 900 million mark. I wonder if it can break 1 billion. I've participated in so many auctions and so many Immortal Ascension gatherings, but I've never had a single item sold for more than 100,000. Reaching 100 million is already the limit. I'm afraid the Immortal Ascension gathering organized by the Taichu Chamber of Commerce this time will be very successful. Jingli couldn't help but clench his fist. He was a little nervous and expectant. The immortals around him were the same. If they could personally witness the appearance of a single item that was sold for more than 1 billion, it would be worth the trip. 980 million. A primordial immortal shrouded in red mist said slowly. Everyone could tell that his voice was trembling. Damn it, they must have joined forces in secret. Perfected Gaming sent a voice transmission with an ugly expression. Could it be that they exchanged identities? Qi Shuezhen's eyes revealed a hint of suspicion. The reason she could work with the Azure Mystic Spiritual Master and the Game Enlightened Master was because they didn't hide their identities. Therefore, from the very beginning, it was almost certain that this group of primordial immortals who were shrouded in mist would not join forces. They did not even know each other's identities, so how could they join forces? Perhaps they already knew who the other party was before they came. It's possible that they came together. The Azure Mystic Spiritual Master looked at the Immortal Lord token in Xing Yue's hand. If he could get it, he would at least have a sliver of hope of becoming an Immortal Lord. Who could guarantee that he didn't have a heaven-defying opportunity? If he accidentally comprehended a Tao talisman, not to mention immortal monarchs, even immortal monarchs would be killed. He even had a chance of becoming an immortal emperor. What do you two think? The blue mystic spiritual master looked at Qi Shuezhen and the spiritual master of games. The two looked at each other and shook their heads with difficulty. This price had already exceeded their limit. Not to mention, even if they added another 20 million heavenly coins, it might not be enough to make the other party give up. No one knew what the other party's bottom line was. 980 million. This senior has bid 980 million. Is there anyone who has bid a higher price? If not, the Immortal Lord token will be taken away by this senior. Xing Yue said with a bright smile. The Azure Mystic's spiritual master's face darkened. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. At this moment, spiritual master Jiao's voice sounded in their ears. My offer still stands. Spiritual master Qi's expression was extremely ugly, but he nodded and said, I agree. Me too. 500 years. I'd rather give up on the Immortal Lord token. You can start comprehending it first. Each of us will comprehend it for 500 years, and we will take turns. During this time, we will cultivate in one cave abode. One person will comprehend it, and the other 3 will guard it. The Azure Mystic's spiritual master's voice sounded. Although it was called a guard, it was actually a guard. He was afraid that one of the 4 would steal the token and run away. Okay, it's a deal. The corner of spiritual master Jiao's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Since, Xing Yue said slowly. At this moment, spiritual master Jiao laughed. 20 million? That's too stingy. Let's forget about this Immortal Lord token. I bid 1 billion heavenly coins. If you want to compete with the ancient Flood Dragon clan, come at me. 1 billion. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Sage Jiao in disbelief. Is the foundation of the Flood Dragon clan really that terrifying? A primordial unity perfected immortal beast cultivator, who isn't even a true dragon, can take out 1 billion heavenly coins? Many Tai perfected immortals who were shrouded in the thick fog looked at spiritual master Jiao with fear and shock. It's over 1 billion. It's over 1 billion. Jingli said in a low voice, a little excited. Ningqi couldn't help but look at him. Why is this guy so excited? Why is he so involved in the show? Then, Ningqi heard people whispering in the hall. He found that many immortals, including the profound immortals, had the same expression as Jingli. Their eyes were shining with excitement. The hall was silent for about a minute, and no Tai perfected immortal bid. Xing Yue didn't wait any longer and directly slammed the gavel. Congratulations, Uncle Jiao, on successfully obtaining this Immortal Lord token. Would you like to pay with heavenly coins or barter? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.